than usual. And also, we don't have a preview. Thankfully, there are a few websites that have a bit of information up. But yeah, we're earlier than usual because we are in Dusseldorf, over in Germany. There's a few bits that WWE have put out as a kind of a this is what's going down. But as we said, no official preview. But what we've got is a little bit of a list from a third-party website. So we've got CM Punk. He's going to be appearing, obviously victorious last week. He retained against Bron Breakker. That was a big moment, actually. I think there was a few out there that were thinking that Bron Breakker was going to win the championship, and I really do understand why people were thinking that. But it didn't go that way, and actually CM Punk managed to get the victory. It's really interesting because Bron Breakker is someone that's being presented as being that sort of main roster ready, main event level ready, kind of breakout big star. And for him to try and win the championship and fall short is an interesting decision. I'm not going to say it's the wrong decision. I think it's okay to delay it. But I've seen people like Brian Alvarez being quite critical of the result. So what I'm interested in is what's Punk got to say. More importantly, what's Bron Breakker got to say? You know, there's not really anyone for him to blame unless he's going to blame Rey Mysterio and Penta and Dragon Lee, because they did get involved in the match, but only because the Vision were already getting involved in the match. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting. CM Punk segment, but more importantly, Bron Breakker, what's going to be said there. We got Gunther against AJ Styles. That's going to be a banger. I really hope that gets time. I really hope that's going to be the match we're hoping it's going to be. One of the criticisms of Raw and SmackDown is that they don't have really great TV matches. A lot of match scores are like good, low-end great. But we really do need some of those matches that, you know, make Raw and SmackDown worth watching. Gunther AJ Styles is one of those matches that could absolutely deliver that. And obviously the open challenges on SmackDown have been a great success as well. So I feel like there's been a corner turned recently in that regard. So hopefully Gunther AJ can, reach that level. Penta and Dragon Lee are taking on Theory and Bronson Reed. As we said, there is a bit of a Lucha versus Vision feud kind of going at the moment. So Penta, Dragon Lee against Theory and Bronson Reed. Rhea Ripley and Io Sky, I think, are opening the show. Obviously, we're keeping that spotlight firmly on the women's tag division. They won those tag titles last week, beating the Kabuki Warriors. Lots going on in that tag division. Plus, also, we're going to hear from Raquel Rodriguez. She attacked Stephanie last week. So we're going to hear, well, not really why. We know why. She wants to be in that title picture. She wants to try and become world champion. And so, we're going to be hearing from her. But, I mean, look, there's a few bits going on at the moment, which is kind of good. Last week, I thought was a very strong week for WWE in regards to talking points, most notably the cherry on top at the end of the week being Drew. And we're kind of going into this week now expecting a little bit of a dip down. I mean, last week we were getting championship matches everywhere you turned. We haven't got, like, anything like that tonight. But still plenty for us to get our teeth into. So hopefully everyone's well. Hopefully everyone's waking up and feeling good. This is early for me, as you can imagine, but I'm feeling good. And once we're done with... So we got 2 hours, then Raw begins. Then we got 2.5 hour Raw. Then we got our breakdown. We'll do the opinions video. And then later I'll get Unseen done. That is my plan for today. Right, hello to everyone that's in the chat. Let's try and catch up. Mark Foster, shout out to you, my friend, and to everyone that's been gifted memberships, because I know there's been so many gifted memberships. Our first member stream of the week is tomorrow. It's just a normal stream. It's actually my favorite stream, where we sit and just talk wrestling, but we get to your comments and whatever it is you want to talk about. So that's tomorrow. Then on Wednesday, we've got Wrestle Feuds, which is where we actually bring a couple of members onto the channel and we play a game. game. If you want to answer the questions for that, then you can. It's pinned at the top, so you can actually see and contribute to that. So there's some questions for you to answer. We've been doing this for a good couple of months now. So, yeah, feel free to click on that and answer those questions. And then on Thursday, we've got a championship game, which we do each Thursday. So another week of members' activities coming up. Right, Brony, hello. Says, Daze, since Gunther's not rumoured to be in the title matches at Mania, who do we think he's going to face? It's got to be a big name. I'm thinking Jacob or Brock, but Brock as a face, I'm not too sure about it. Yeah, I mean, Brock was the one that I was thinking. To be honest with you, the backlash to Brock has just been very, very subdued, very muted. I sort of feel like they brought him back at SummerSlam. It was a really shocking moment. And to be honest, I think that was a real testing of the waters moment. I think a lot of casual fans don't know that he's caught up in the whole Janelle Grant stuff. And then I think you've got quite a divided fan base in regards to, because there's nothing concrete. We still haven't got to the trial. I think people know now that Brock's heading towards retirement. I think that has kind of eased some feelings towards him because he ain't going to be sticking around very long. You know, the rumors are he's going to be done at SummerSlam and he's going to be done this year. So I think when all those rumors came out at the end of last year, that kind of took the edge off it as well. Plus, you've got people, as I said, that are like not really worried about Brock being back because he's not being charged with anything. Yes, he is being mentioned in the Janelle Grant lawsuits, but he's not being prosecuted. For me, I've just said from the very beginning the exact same thing, and I have not changed my stance on it. And that is that I'm just uncomfortable with Brock being around, personally, because he was involved in that Janelle Grant stuff, and I don't know how involved he was. I don't know what he knew. I just don't know. We haven't gone through the case. We haven't gone through the trial. All the kind of testimonies have not come out yet. So, we're kind of sat here in the dark, really. What I would say is that, Brock is just of no interest personally to me as a result. But he is to many people out there still. And so when I say the fan base is divided, it's just like everything else in the world, isn't it, really? Everyone's divided on everything. There's not really a great deal of unity that can be found in this day and age. So, yeah, I sort of feel like I think they've weathered the storm, is my honest answer. I think for a combination of the things that I just said, we've kind of ended up now where I think you can do pretty much what you want with Brock. It might not be received 100% the way that you would want, but if you can get 60, 70%, I mean, if Gunther beats up AJ Styles and then beats up someone else and is laughing his head off and the crowd are booing him out the building, and then all of a sudden Brock Lesnar's music hits, I don't know the reaction at that point, genuinely. I mean, if you've got so much heat on Gunther that the fans hate him, and now here comes someone that's going to stand up for the fans, and that person just happens to be Brock Lesnar, I don't think Lesnar gets booed out the building. I think that there'll be cheers for him, or there will be, I'm going to use the word apathy. I don't even know if that's the right word, but, there'll be people that will be indifferent. We're not seeing loads of anti-Lesnar signs, anti-Lesnar chants or anything like that. So it might not be like red hot babyface, but it might just be like a bully standing up to a bully, really. Not heel against heel, but you lean him towards face. I do understand the question. I do understand the concern. I totally understand. I just think that it feels to me like we've weathered the storm. We've weathered the potential backlash. We could easily have Gunther and Brock kind of getting each other's way at the Rumble. The reason why I think there's a good chance of doing it is because this was meant to be the match at WrestleMania 40. So this was the match we were going to get until Lesnar was removed from the roster. And so you might remember he was going to be in the Rumble, and there were reports he was going to be at Mania. Well, we know because of the dirt sheets it was going to be against Gunther. At some point, it's going to be Brock Gunther, and I've got to think it's either SummerSlam or WrestleMania. I've got to think they want to do it at one of the big shows. So I would be leaning towards Brock, personally, but it could be SummerSlam. Hasib, hello, said if WWE are serious about Cody being the babyface of the company, do we think it's better that they focus on getting the entire fan base back on board, like 2023, and then get fully behind a title run in 2027? No, not really. I sort of feel like it's quite easy with Cody. I just sort of feel like you've got to put him in really interesting stories, and you've got to make his character a little bit more interesting. I mean, the truth of the matter is, I don't know what people are thinking Drew's going to contribute now, but like Drew McIntyre is going to be a victim of the same booking. So for me, Cody's booking is what's let Cody down. We've done the title change, and well, I don't think the booking's going to change. I mean, I don't think that Drew McIntyre is going to have great booking now. And I think that, you know, those that enjoyed what happened on Friday are obviously still, you know, living off the good vibes. But, you know, once we kind of put a bit of distance between now and that victory, I think you'll see that this is going to be pretty flat as well, because they just can't book champions. I mean, you look at the Tiffany Stratton kind of run, you look at Cody's run, you look at Stephanie Vickers' run. I mean, you can kind of go through a bit of a list. Look at Dominik as Intercontinental Champion. Look at Julia as United States Champion. I mean, I feel like you can pretty much pick any championship reign, and they've all been pretty mid over the past few years. I mean, they just can't book champions. So the thing for me is that you can delay Cody getting back to the belt, but the concern I've got is that when he gets back to the belt, it's just going to be mid again. I kind of feel like with Cody, he's got people that like him and people that don't. Cody hasn't won Cody has lost the championship, and you know that's not going to be enough for those that don't like him. If you don't like him, you don't like him. And I think the amount of work it would take to try and get people back on board with Cody, I just think it might be worth just cutting your losses, because there's plenty of people that do like him. There's plenty of fans out there that did want him to win on Friday. You know, he's still one of their top merch sellers. He still gets great reactions in arenas. I know that it was a very pro Drew crowd on Friday, but we were in Europe. I mean, there was UK flags on display. So there was people from the United Kingdom. I've got to think there was people from Scotland that were in that building. But, you know, Europeans were in that building. And smart fans, I think, were also in that building. Those are not the reactions Cody tends to get on a regular basis in America. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, go back, rewatch the episodes. You'll see that he doesn't get those reactions on a normal basis. Normally, he gets Cody chants, comes out, gets a really good reaction. So I think the fact we were in Europe, I think the fact that there were some people there, a larger UK presence, I think the fact there was some smarter fans in the building, I think these were the contributing factors. Honestly, if you don't like Cody, you don't like Cody. I don't care about booking to try and win those people over. I think they've kind of largely made their minds up. I think that they're blaming Cody when they should be blaming creative, and I think they'll see that, championship runs are just going to be flat. The only hope I've got is that I do think creative has improved a little in recent times. So I'm not just saying this, but I did say that I think Cody's best feuds since being champ at WrestleMania 40 was this one with Drew. And I have said that actually the Open Challenge has been really good in recent weeks. I think last week's shows were some of the best shows that we've seen in a while. And granted, that's a big hello to 2026 week, yeah? They stacked it with big title matches and a title change and, bits and bobs. But the show scores have been better recently. We know there's been a little shake-up in the creative teams. Nothing massive, but we know that they have looked at those creative teams. So I suppose in a way, I am hopeful that we can turn a corner and that now we can start to, get better results. I do think the road to WrestleMania should be better because we don't have that European tour just after the Rumble. And before Mania, we're doing it now, getting it out the way, right? Because I got to say, I do think this is an inconvenience. Going over to Europe. I like the fact they're doing it because I'm sat here in the UK, but as a viewer, right, for me, it is an inconvenience because it's on at a different time. That's great for Europe. It's not great for our American and Canadian friends that are working at school. It's not great for them trying to avoid spoilers. We saw that on Friday where, people were rightfully frustrated at the fact that there was a big title change and they had to try and avoid spoilers. But it's close to impossible to do that unless you stay off the internet. And even today, they're going to be at work and at school. I don't know how many people will join us for this, but, they're going to obviously suffer from that. I sort of feel like it's a rocky tour, this one. It's great for our European friends, but it's not great for America, Canada, and that's their biggest audience. America is, there's a reason why they get so much TV money for America. It's because it's by and far the largest audience. So it's a bit rocky at this time of year. It's good to get this out the way, I think. And the other thing as well, probably more importantly than, disrupting your largest audience, is the fact that I just don't think we can really do a great deal when we're on this tour. I think that when we get back to America, we can actually do some more exciting stuff. I don't think on this European tour you're going to see anything that crazy. It's going to be matches and it's going to be promos, and that's about it. But when you get back to America, you've kind of got a bit more scope to kind of do some stuff, like tsunamis onto cars and things like that. I don't really feel like you're going to do that on a European tour when you're just jumping country to country, You kind of, they were in Germany, then we've seen them go to Glasgow, then we've seen them go to Copenhagen. Tonight they're in Germany again. They're kind of jumping around Europe, and I don't think that makes for the strongest of products. I think you've just got to keep it basic whilst you're doing this tour, and that's going to be matches and promos. So, I don't know. For me, I would not worry too much about those that aren't fans of Cody. I think you're going to struggle to win those people round. A lot of them, I think, have already made their minds up. I think that Cody is someone that has got the kids. He's got plenty of support. There's still loads of casuals out there. If the hardcore fans, have left him, then leave them, honestly. I think it's the booking. I think it's the creative. And I think there's a good chance people will see that now that we've changed champions, because a lot of the championship reigns have been absolutely awful. It doesn't matter what belt you look at. They've been pretty rubbish. From the women's tag titles, Kabuki Warriors. Can you really think of any women's tag champs that have had good runs with those belts? Can you think of, I don't know, maybe Becky is the one that's had the best run because she's done a lot of social media work with her crashing out and, her character work. Maybe Becky's been, but I think a large part of that is because of Becky and social media and just trying to turn lemons into lemonades. But, even that with the whole Maxine Dupree thing really frustrated me. So, I don't think that's a reign that I would hold up as being anything fantastic. And again, look at both the world titles, look at the women's world titles. One's on Jade. Before that was on Tiffany. That had run out of steam. I think Stephanie's feud has been run has been very flat. So yeah, I just think they've got a problem booking champions. Daze, how do we bring in Oba, seeing that he might be a Raw star? Face or heel? In my opinion, the Vision is going to have a problem. I think that you could do either with him, honestly. I mean, he is very versatile. I think he's probably just going to be a bit of a badass, kind of out for himself type thing. I think I would lean him, though, towards being a... I think I'd lean him towards being a face. I'm just trying to think what heels he could feud with, though. I haven't heard any reports as to who he could go up against at WrestleMania. But I think that like him against like a Braun Strowman type would have been good. And like, you know, two monsters going up against Battle of the Monsters. It can't be Jacob because Jacob needs the wins. So it can't be Jacob. Maybe a Solo, but we don't know when the MFT's Wyatt 6 feud is going to come to an end. I think that Oba is going to be seen as really cool. I mean, when Oba comes up, people are going to be like, oh my God, this guy's a badass. This guy is so cool. There's going to be these feelings of warmth towards him. You know, the fact that he's just, oh my God, this guy is a wrecking machine. This guy is a problem. I really like this guy. I think you could shift a lot of merch for Oba. And so that's why I would lean towards him being a babyface at first. And have him come in, go after like some of the heels. But honestly, it's one of those where I think you'd get a better idea what to do with him if you was to sit down and actually map out both of the rosters. So if you mapped out like the Raw roster and map out the SmackDown roster, I think like you would look to see what you need Oba as, because you might do it and go, oh, I'm really struggling with, because I genuinely don't know where we are right now with how many faces have we got, how many heels have we got on Raw, on SmackDown, like where is it that we actually need some support? Like, do we need him to be heel during WrestleMania season, or do we need him to be babyface? Without sitting down and drawing out all the rosters, I genuinely don't know. But what I can say is that my gut feeling is that he's a badass. He's so cool. Like, I think you'll sell a lot of Oba shirts, and I think that it makes sense to bring him in and lean towards being a face as a result. And then you can always turn him heel further down the road. I don't think he gets to a world championship before SummerSlam. I certainly wouldn't be pulling a trigger on him before SummerSlam, and even then, I think that's a bit quick. I know there's people that are desperate to put a world title on him, but I don't see the rush personally. I've said in a stream the other day, I think it makes a lot more sense to kind of have him as this badass that people can't wait to see get an opportunity. I mean, honestly, you could even have him as a favorite for the Rumble in 2027, you know? You could even have it so that he is someone that you kind of builds and gets like everyone agreed that, yeah, we've waited too long with this guy. We need to pull the trigger, you know? I think people are going to really want to eagerly get him to a world title quickly. I mean, I'm sensing that already. So for me personally, I'd delay it. I'd hold him back. I'd get people really foaming at the mouth, really wanting to see him get into that main event scene. And to be honest, I wouldn't mess around with him. I think this is why I would delay it, because as soon as he gets a title match, I'm putting a belt on him. So this is why I would delay it, because if he has a match at SummerSlam for the title, I'm giving him the title. I think you've got someone there that is probably the closest we've got to a Brock Lesnar in 2026. You know, a Brock Lesnar replacement. I think before him, it was probably Jacob, maybe Gunther. Gunther doesn't have the... Gunther's different. Gunther's methodical. Gunther doesn't come down and start chucking people around, does he? That's not Gunther's style. Gunther is, you know, an in-ring technician that gets into the ring and wrestles and dissects. He's not really Brock. So, you know, maybe that's more Jacob's style. I think it definitely can be Ober's style. Coming down and just murking people, you know, a monster unleashed. It's very exciting. You know, WWE see massive things for him. But this is why I wouldn't mess around. If he is going to be, like, getting title matches, I think, like, pull the trigger. Yeah, I wouldn't, you know, have him go for the title and fall short and try and come back. I think he's such a monster. He's so dominant. He's so big. He's so strong. It's very, very believable that he would step in there and just win the title. You know, the thing with Bron Breakker is that size-wise, he's only about the same size as CM Punk. You know, he's only about the same. I mean, he's smaller than a lot of, you know, like Roman Reigns or Ober, or, you know, height-wise, presence-wise, probably lacking just a touch. We have tried to build his aura recently, and he's going to be a multiple-time world champion, got no doubt about that. But it's believable that he would go toe-to-toe with CM Punk, and he might not get the victory. I feel like with Ober, because of his size, because of the power, because of his presence, and then, of course, he's got wrestling ability, I sort of feel like he strikes me as someone that if he gets an opportunity, he's going to win that championship. So, yeah, I would hold back throughout 2026 on Ober being champion. I think there's enough other people for us to focus on. But as soon as he does get that title shot, I would be pulling the trigger on him. So, for me, SummerSlam at the earliest. It might be that the fans just clamour too much for it. And, you know, then we find ourselves in a situation where at SummerSlam there's just can't stop it, you know. It's his time, and you go with it. But yeah, that we'll have to wait and see. This is where, like, it can be a bit tricky because it all depends on fan reaction, doesn't it? But if I was sat in creative, there's so many other people to focus on right now that I would not be looking at him being a world champion this year. I would look at the rosters. I'd see what we need. My gut would be telling me bring him in as a face because people are going to really like him. Bring him in as a face, and you know, start with there. Get him a good match for WrestleMania, but world titles 2027. Is there any backstage news on Chris Jericho's status? No, only that he's expected to come in still. So there was a report the other day that he was expected to come in and he's interested in working TNA. So the reports are getting to the point now where it's not even, is he coming into WWE? It's starting to become, what's he going to do when he comes into WWE? And I think Jim Ross made a comment on his podcast. He says that for Jericho, it seems like it's going to be WWE or nothing. So I don't know what Jim Ross has heard. Probably nothing. Probably, you know, I don't think Jim Ross is that involved actually with AEW. I don't think he's sitting in all the meetings and all that. I think he gets used for commentary and that's it, right? So I don't know how much you can read into that. But at the moment, I still expect Jericho in the Rumble. And I still expect him to be coming into WWE. And word on the street is that he is interested in working and doing some stuff with TNA. David, hello, bud. Hope you're well. Said, who do we think's winning the SmackDown matches this Friday? I don't know. What are the SmackDown matches this Friday? I'm trying to... Is there a big SmackDown match that I'm not recalling? Can't remember what they've announced. I can't remember what matches they've set up. I know that we haven't got Jade hasn't got a match. And I know that we've already covered the world title. So I know that's not in action. Mid-card is Chelsea. Has there been a match announced for Chelsea? I don't think so. There's probably another open challenge, isn't there? Don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know what the matches are for next Friday. Qualifying matches. Oh, right. Qualifying matches for the tournament thing. Well, we kind of broke that down. I think we mentioned it in the breakdown. So for me, with those qualifying matches, we've got Damian. We've got Sammy. Sammy Elia is a difficult one. Trick over Matt Cardona. And Randy. I can't remember who Randy's facing, but I know that we selected him to go through. So, Sammy, Randy, Trick, Damien is what I'm leaning towards. At first, I did lean Elia, but someone pointed out that Saturday night's main event is in Canada, so it makes sense Sammy being in that match. And because it's in Canada, and because Sammy's been talking about the world title so much, it's not impossible that Sammy gets the win. It's not impossible. I think Randy is an option, of course, because Randy versus Drew at the Royal Rumble, and Randy's not winning the Rumble, so Randy getting a title shot against Drew, that's a big match. It's probably the biggest match, like it's the best star power match. Damien is not a feud that excites me or a match that excites me. I don't think they'll do that, but they have teased something. Obviously, there was a little confrontation with Damien and Drew. It could be, I mean, whoever it is, I expect Drew to retain. I don't think Drew drops the title. I expect him to retain. Him against Sammy, I expect Drew to win. Him against Damien, I expect Drew to win. Him against Randy, I expect Drew to win. I don't think he would face Trick, and I certainly don't think he's facing Matt Cardona. But either of those, I would expect Drew to win as well. So I expect Drew to leave Rumble as champion. Who's the person standing opposite him? Do you know, I'm going to say Sammy. I'm going to go Sammy. Because of it being in Canada, I'm going to lean towards it being Sammy. I don't think Sammy is winning the Rumble. I think he was in contention for it, but I don't think he's winning the Rumble. So instead, maybe give him this title match. I don't know that he'll do the title match and be in the Rumble. He could do. I mean, we could end with the Rumble and Sammy could still be in the Rumble. But I don't expect him to win the Rumble. I don't expect him to win the title. But he has been talking a lot about the belts. And the Fatal 4-Way is going to be in Canada when they do that at Saturday night's main event. Brony said, I don't think anyone wants Kevin Nash and Jericho to team up in 2026. Daze, do we see LA Knight making a return tonight as he's in Germany, says Michael. Well, he's rumoured to be on his way, yes, to Europe. He is rumoured to be on his way to Germany. I've got to think it's likely, yes. I mean, I don't think you fly him all that way just to have a chat. I mean, I do think there is a chance, though, that you fly him all the way to do a meeting so that he can come back. Because I think they're still in Europe next week. So, I mean, there is an outside chance that you bring him in, you have a word, and then, you know, you set the plans in motion for next week. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I think that, yeah, if you're going to fly him over, you're probably going to use him straight away. So, yeah, I do think there is a good chance we see LA Knight on this show. That was some big breaking news that kind of came through yesterday. And, yeah. I'm expecting him. But again, you kind of always have to cover your bases because I can't predict the future. I've never claimed to be able to predict the future. We always just work off what the dirt sheets are saying. Dirt sheets are saying that he's flown to Germany. So that says to me that he's going to feature either this week or next week. More likely to be this week. There is an outside chance that he's here to have a word with Triple H, finalize the plans, and then they'll pull the trigger next week. But why would you fly him out a week early? You know, you could fly him out and he could have a meeting with Triple H on a Wednesday or a Thursday. I mean, I'm guessing Triple H is out in Europe with the shows. I don't think he's still at, you know, in America. So I don't think you'd fly him out a week early just for a conversation. So I've got to think probability says, yes, he'll be on the show tonight. But, you know, like most things, nothing is guaranteed. Drew McIntyre, Sami Zayn, said Connor, if Sami defeats Elia and also Sami wins the Fatal 4-Way match, Drew, Sami would be great. Cody won't win the title back for a little while. They don't want Cody getting pinned one-on-one. He needs some time off with his new baby and then to promote Street Fighter, says New Tomorrow. Christopher said Jacob Fatu at Elimination Chamber, then Roman wins the Rumble, and we could get Roman versus Jacob. Do we think Jacob is ready to be WWE champion? That's a big push. Also, that would be face versus face, unless Jacob is heel. Connor said, do you potentially think that we could get Cody Rhodes and Jacob feuds? Yeah. I don't know that we're going to get it, but of course he has just cost Cody the championship. So, yeah, there is definitely a chance that we get something there. The only thing for me is, I mean, there's obviously still some information we need to know, which is who attacked Jacob. There are some out there thinking that it's going to be revealed to be Cody. I think at the moment those people are in the minority. I don't think that they've got big plans of turning Cody heel. We found out that they only made the decision, or they only informed Cody and Drew a couple of hours before SmackDown that they were going to make the title change. That says to me that this is quite fluid, that this is something where they had a few options on the table. And I don't know that if you make a decision so late and inform the wrestlers so late that you've got these major plans in place to like turn Cody heel and all that sort of stuff. I mean, it feels like, again, word on the street is that Drew and Cody both played a part in pushing for the title change. I think it seems to me the reason why they went for it is because it just puts a little swerve in the road. You know, it keeps things interesting because we're definitely going down a road we weren't expecting. We're going down a road that no one had reported. Drew's not mentioned for the title matches at Mania. In fact, Dave Meltzer actually commented on this, and he was like, I don't know quite what they're doing because this was certainly not the plan. It seems like we're going down a road to kind of keep options open. And it seems like they want this WrestleMania season to have a few twists and turns. And it seems like they've learned from WrestleMania season last year. You might remember WrestleMania season last year was pretty straightforward. You know, I know we got the Cena heel turn, but that was, I mean, like, there wasn't really anything else, was there? Cena tried to win the Rumble, didn't, got to Elimination Chamber, won that, afterwards turned heel, and then we just had a few weeks of promos, and then that was WrestleMania, and that was your top title build. Like, that was it. That was as interesting as it got. So that was what we did for the WWE Championship. So, yeah, I think that they've kind of learned from that, and they're trying to put a few swerves in, a few wrinkles in, what that means for the plans, what that means for Drew, what that means for Cody versus Roman. Don't know. I'm not thinking, though, that it means Cody's turning heel, just because it just seems like this decision was made pretty late in the day. And so I don't know that that means they've got loads of creative plans for going this direction, you know? I mean, that would be massive. If you was going to turn Cody heel, I don't think you do it as an afterthought. I don't think you do it as a, shall we? You know, this would be a major thing that you would need to have planned out, that you would need to have, you know, an idea that, yeah, we're going to do this, and this is who he's going to face, and this is how it's going to be structured. And I think for me, it would be the big focus of WrestleMania season, would be Cody turning heel. How do you do it? Who does he feud with? It would be one of the major talking points, because Cody's been face since he came back at WrestleMania 38. And, you know, this would be a massive, massive thing to do. So I think it would be like really planned and thought through. This is why I'm not thinking that's the direction they're going. And I don't think it's going to be Cody revealed as the one that attacked Jacob. But it's definitely where the conversation is. Who attacked Jacob? It feels to me like it is Drew that's going to be revealed as the one that attacked Jacob. What does that mean if Cody stays face? I mean, he's going to be upset with Jacob because Jacob cost him. But if Jacob is a face, you know, is he going to apologize to Cody? Is he going to say, look, you know, you got in the way. I wanted to get my hands on Drew. I don't know. I don't know if it leads to a feud between those two. It could, because, you know, if Cody doesn't accept that, then you can do a match and they can, you know, that match could not be conclusive. There could be outside interference. It could be then that drags on and you know, you've got them circling around each other, you know. So, I mean, you definitely could, but equally this thing could get blown over with like a little promo exchange. We could easily move on if Jacob comes out and goes, listen, it was Drew that took me out. I just wanted to get my hands on him. As soon as you touched me, I'm sorry, but I was in a place where you can't do that. When I'm all gas, no brakes, everyone's getting it, you know? And so you just do a little bit of a promo exchange. Cody understands, and then they kind of get onto the same page to try and, you know, focus on where they need to get to. So they could feud. They might not feud. It really depends. The whole thing's quite foggy and messy, only, you know, by design. But they want it that way so that they can make the road to WrestleMania unpredictable. Hasib said, how would we feel if they pulled the trigger so that Drew can take the title to Glasgow? They did that. On Friday, Nicole strips him because he low-blowed Cody. It's a bit of a coincidence that it happened before that Glasgow show. Yeah. So, well, I think that may have played a little part, right? It might have played a part where, you know, Drew knew that he was going to Glasgow the next day, and that was part of his conversation with Cody. I don't know that was anything WWE would have been interested in. I mean, we've been to Glasgow quite a few times over the years, and we haven't given Drew the championship. I mean, most notably, you know, we did a whole Clash at the Castle in Glasgow, and he was in the title match, and we had CM Punk cost Drew in Scotland at the Hydro. So we've been to Scotland quite a few times. It's not like it's the first time we've been since the pandemic or anything. We go on a regular basis. In fact, Drew said in his speech, I've been coming here for years telling you that I would be bringing you the WWE Championship. Well, here it is, right? Promise fulfilled. I do think that might have formed part of Drew's argument. You know, we've been building up to this big title match. It's on SmackDown. We never do title changes on TV. It would be, you know, people wouldn't necessarily see it coming. I'm going to Glasgow. I can honor my promise. It'll make the road to WrestleMania messy. It'll make it unpredictable. So on, so on, so on. I mean, that could absolutely have formed part of his argument. Apparently, you know, dirt sheets are saying that it was Drew and Cody that kind of came together and got onto the same page with that title change. I don't know that they sat down with Triple H in the rehearsal time earlier in the day, or kind of, obviously, I mean, it'd be interesting if it was captured by Unreal and we could actually see what happens. I don't know that it was, but captured by Unreal. I don't know that we'll ever see any footage about those conversations. But the dirt sheet said that it was Cody and Drew that kind of drove the argument for the title change. And then, you know, a few hours before SmackDown, that's when we actually got it confirmed. And so this was not something that was necessarily planned weeks in advance. Hence why a lot of the dirt sheets and a lot of the rumors just did not have this factored. Hence why when we went into it, I said it felt like it was going to be Cody. But it seems like the day of, everyone's come together and decided to go in the different direction. But that's why I said, if that is true, right, if what's being reported is correct, then I don't know what we can read into in regards to the follow-up plans, you know, because we have gone down a road we weren't necessarily expecting to go down. And if ever you do that, the kind of creative now has to kind of catch up, because you've took a swerve. And so everything that was going to follow now has to change. And so obviously we have absolutely no idea this road we're going down. We don't know quite where this leads. It could lead to Drew losing the title at Rumble. It could lead to Drew losing the title at Elimination Chamber. It could lead to a heel Cody. It could lead to Drew Roman. It could lead to Cody Jacob Drew. It could lead to Cody Damian Drew. It could lead to Roman Drew Jacob Damian Sammy flipping. Do you know what I mean? There's so many options on the table. I mean, there's so many places. I've had loads of people going, what do you think about this? And then they'll map out Raw, they'll map out Rumble, they'll map out Chamber, they'll map out WrestleMania. There's not really much you can say. You just go, yeah, it could go that way. You know, there's people like, what if he faces Damian at the Rumble, then he loses the belt to Cody, but then he gets an opportunity to win it back, and it's Cody, Drew, Roman at WrestleMania, and you're like, that could happen. Okay, but what about if it's like he loses it to Sammy at the Rumble, then Sammy goes into Mania, and we do Sammy, Roman, and Drew, and Cody misses out because Cody has got another feud, like maybe Jacob, and you go, yeah. It could. I mean, we are this is what makes it so interesting, is there's like a million different combinations of what we could do. There are no reports as to where we're going because this was seemingly such a last minute change. The plans for WrestleMania for the longest time now have been reported to be Cody versus Roman. Cody versus Roman. I think CM Punk against Bron Breakker. Those have been reported as the top matches. And so, yeah, Drew just didn't feature. So now that he's got the championship, we're going to have to see kind of how they factor it all in. Right. Let's go down. Chris, shout out to you. Says, thanks for being such a great community. NYR to be in Hall of Fame. I don't know what that means. What's NYR? But NYR. Daze, could WWE put the IC title on Oba this year? Said Word Life Cena. Yeah. Yeah, he could have a mid-card run. I actually don't mind if he doesn't. I sort of feel like you put a mid-card title on someone to help build them up, right? And make them legitimate. I sort of feel like because of his size and his presence and how dominant I think he's going to get booked, I think that he is someone that doesn't necessarily need a mid-card run first. I really expect him to come in, be a monster that just sort of chucks people around and, you know, just wins matches. I mean, would you be shocked if they gave him like a Goldberg undefeated streak? I wouldn't, personally. I think that he's going to, just be absolutely dominant in 2026, as he should be. And I think that people are going to clamour for him to be world champion pretty quickly. So you can delay it by giving him a mid-card title run. But I would be okay if they bypassed it, which I really don't say that often. But I think when we talk about how Oba Femi is special and about how there really is not too many people that come along like Oba that's got his size, his presence, that I think is going to be as dominant this year as, you know, we just don't really see that. I think like on a regular basis. I think that, for this one, it would be okay if we just put him in feuds against really good opponents, give him wins, give him momentum, and, just build him that way rather than going down the mid-card title run. But, yeah, you could absolutely put, like, an Intercontinental Championship on him. But I don't think you have to. I think that you can put that belt on someone that might need it more. I don't think he's gonna, because I'm pretty, I like this. I like people coming in, winning matches, getting mid-card titles, and being built. I mean, that I'm a fan of that. I think that's, it's what we did with Gunther. It's what we're doing with Carmelo. It's what you do with most people. Bring them up from NXT, have them in some stories, some feuds, normally against The Miz or someone like that. Give them wins, give them victories. I mean, I think when Gunther came up, he didn't he do some stuff with Ricochet at first? I remember him feuding with a couple of people and then getting the Intercontinental Championship and then having like a really long reign with it. I mean, Gunther, they've always loved him having long reigns and being like an in-ring guy that prides himself on his in-ring abilities. So for him, I think going and winning a championship early and carrying that championship for a long time, it made sense. He'd done that with the NXT UK championship. He'd won that belt and carried it for a long time. There's a crazy stat, isn't there? Which I don't know where it is now, but at one point, 80% of Gunther's career, he was champion in WWE. 80% of his time he'd been champion. So I think bringing him up and getting him to an Intercontinental Championship, making him the longest ever Intercontinental Champion, works for him. And I think, doing that with the likes of Bron Breakker, doing it with, the likes of Carmelo Hayes, doing it with a lot of these people that Javon, I would definitely do that as well. For me, Javon definitely wins a mid-card championship first, and then, before goes on to become like a world champion much further down the line. I mean, there's no rush with Javon. He's like 21, 22. So we got plenty of time. He's got like a flipping 25-year career potentially. We know that CM Punk's like 47, 48. And so I think Randy's about the same. So if Javon just makes it to the same age that they are now, he will have had a 25-year career, which is mental because that means that Javon could still be competing at WrestleMania 67. That is mental, isn't it? 25-year career. Just for him to get to the same age that Punk and Randy are is in like 25 years' time. And that would mean about WrestleMania 67. So there is absolutely no rush. If you think we've got all of that time, potentially, I mean, you never know what's going to happen, of course. He might leave for Hollywood or he might, touch wood, hopefully not suffer some injuries, which means he has to retire early. I mean, his style is a very risky style. Maybe you don't get 25 years out of him, but yeah, I don't think there's a fire. I don't think that we need to rush with him. I'd definitely have Javon go through mid-card. But with Oba, he's such an amazing special talent that is so Brock Lesnar-esque. Coming in, murking people, so excited. I just think there's going to be a clamour to get him to that main event title real quick. I would actually be okay on a very rare exception to bypass the mid-card. Not everyone has to take that same path, do they? To be honest. Ben, hello, bud. Hope you're doing well. Daze, where's Roman? We haven't seen him since Survivor Series. Yeah, he'll be coming back. He's expected to be around for the Rumble. Roman works a reduced schedule, so he's not someone that's around each week. He's got a contract that allows him to just come in and do, the odd bit here and there. And work, he'll be quite busy during the build to WrestleMania. He'll be quite busy around SummerSlam. And actually, quite often we see him go away after Mania and not come back till SummerSlam. Then he appears around Survivor Series. And he'll do, obviously, the odd Raw or SmackDown kind of in between. But by and large, he works a reduced schedule. He's got to the point where he has managed to negotiate that for himself. His time of kind of being a full-time active wrestler, those days are sadly gone. He's someone now that tries to prioritize his family and that kind of work-life balance. And, this is where we are. So, yeah, not unusual. It's just kind of, it's a shame because obviously more Roman would be beneficial to WWE, but I think having him as an attraction works quite well as well, because this means that when he comes in, it's a moment, it's significant. People get excited. Roman's coming back. We haven't seen him in a month or so, and so it's just got that sort of attraction vibe, you know. And, you know, I think that also helps kind of keep him unique and special rather than just seeing him week in, week out. So expected, of course, to be back for the Rumble, if not a week or two before. Uncle Rebel said, do we think it's a bit predictable that Drew has won the title, that Sammy wins the 4-way Saturday night's main event in Montreal, and then they go in as a major face in Saudi? Seems predictable short term. I don't know. I think, yes. Now that we know where we are, I think that Sammy, with the whole Montreal thing, probably is the favourite. I do think, though, there is a chance they could also go Damian, because Damian and Drew had a feud last year, and it was teased that before Drew won, they actually had Damian speak to Drew backstage on SmackDown, where he said that, you know, if you win, I'm coming for you and all that kind of stuff. So we've already done a bit of a face-to-face confrontation between Damian and Drew. Sometimes when you get that, it does lead to a match. You know, that is them planting the seed, basically, for what's to come. I don't think we did a Sammy-Drew confrontation. But yeah, I mean, I do agree with you. Sammy has got to be the favourite. But I think there's an alternative there. I think Damian would feel like a good alternative. To be honest, Randy would feel like a good alternative, because it doesn't really matter where you are. Randy's going to be massively popular. And actually, Randy going to Saudi Arabia to fight for the championship, I mean, they'd go crazy for Randy in Saudi Arabia. They'll go crazy for Sammy, but they'll go probably just as crazy for Randy. If not, I don't want to say more, but it's Randy. Do you know what I mean? An absolute bona fide top tier legend. So I think Randy's got a shout. I think Damian's got a shout. I think Sammy's got a shout, but I think Sammy is, for the reasons you've laid out, yeah, got to go in as the favourite. So the only thing is, I mean, that's not obviously a match we were expecting. We was expecting Sammy to be in the mix for the win of the Rumble. So I don't know if he would still be in the Rumble. There is a way of doing that, of course, and that's by having the championship match, say, first, and then having Sammy still go into the Rumble. But to be honest, I don't think it's going to be a good night for Sammy. He's not expected to win the Rumble, and I wouldn't expect him to become WWE champion. To be honest, I don't even really want him to be WWE champion, which is crazy. I love Sammy, but I still think that belt is too much for him. I mean, that perhaps I do need to reframe how I look at the WWE Championship. Perhaps it has changed. Perhaps it's not where it was or felt like it was anymore. You know, to me, that is the belt you put on the guy. Like, you know, the reason why this is such a big deal is because Roman had that belt. Cody had that belt. Cena had that belt. Cody got it back. Now Drew has got it. None of those feel out of place. I mean, they are all massive, massive names, massive stars. None of them feel out of place. None of them feel like a gamble. Yeah? All of them feel legit. Whereas with Sammy, he's never been a world champion. And the reactions that Sammy gets, I don't think it's unfair to say, can be mixed. Sometimes some crowds can really get behind him, and he had a great open challenge where the fans were really, you know, with him. But there's been times as well where Sammy has come out trying to get the crowd fired up, and they've been a bit flat, a bit muted. You know, Sammy is someone that people like. I think there's a lot of goodwill for Sammy. But again, it's going to come down to what is he doing at the time? What's the story? What's the creative? You know, having Sammy just say that he wants to be world champion a lot ain't going to really do it. People, you know, great, yeah. We know that you want to be world champion. You've got to go out and do it, you know. So, I don't know. Are we really going to put the WWE Championship on Sami Zayn when he's not been world heavyweight champion? Never been a world champion previously. I mean, that's a big, big belt in my mind to put straight onto Sammy. Kind of goes against the way that I see that WWE Championship. So I've got to think that he goes into that match as the underdog. I've got to think he goes into that match, you know, with people expecting him to lose. I would expect him to lose as well. Big opportunity for him, of course. But I think he goes in as favourite. He could win. I don't think he would win the belt. I don't think he's winning the Rumble. I don't know that Rumble's going to be a good night for Sami Zayn, which is a shame because not long ago it looked like it was going to be an amazing night. He was the favourite to win the Rumble, and then we started to hear that they were going in a different direction. Liam, hello, shout out to you. Says, much love from your neighbour, Telford, Liam. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. Dak to Vermont says, woohoo. Shout out to you, buds. And they're alive. Hello. Let's have a little look, see. What's this? The message is hidden. I don't want the message hidden. Undo that. I want to go to the channel. The Real Lives Collective. Shout out to you, buds. Real Lives Collective. So, Daze, big fan. I started an interview channel. Can you give it a shout out? Yes. One of my first guests is Ivar from Micro Little Brawlers. Was funny that, isn't it? Because I literally went to your channel and literally just subscribed. So, Real Lives Collective. You can go over there and you can see that. Doctor said he wouldn't live past 5. This is Ivar's story. So, Ivar the Micro. There's an interview over there. If you want to check that out. Hard to start an interview channel, to be honest, because a lot of wrestlers, I think, normally want to see what your work's like because they don't know the style of interview that you do, the kind of questions you ask. Like, are you going to try and catch them out? Are you someone that can be trusted? There's a lot of people that obviously think they can be interviewers, but their skills aren't quite there type situation. So, a lot of wrestlers, I think, can be quite hesitant. They get hit up quite a lot by different channels. So I would imagine starting out as an interviewer and as an interview channel would be quite challenging because it's one of those where it's a catch-22. People are like, who have you interviewed? So I can just check out your style. But if you haven't interviewed anyone, you can't show them who you've interviewed. So I'd say your interview there with Ivar is a really good start because then, that gives you something to show people if they do ask. So you might, it might be one of those where you obviously work with whoever you can get at first and then work your way up from there. So I wish you all the best. I think you've done well there to get a micro wrestler. And from there you can grow. I remember Chris Van Vliet, I remember Chris Van Vliet when he was starting out, because Chris Van Vliet, he's been around a long time, but I remember him like having to go to fan conventions and interviewing a lot of like TNA talent and people like that, MLW, and just, whoever he could get really. I mean, he wasn't getting WWE talent. And then he found, because he'd like built up such a catalog and he'd built up like a lot of really good, credible interviews and a bit of buzz. That's when WWE came knocking. So yeah, it's I think with those kind of channels, it's consistency. You need to be willing to get like turned down repeatedly. And you need to just like keep persevering, improving your skills, growing your catalog, your examples. And, if you can kind of create that buzz, I would say get some shorts out as well, actually. I think one of the best things that you can do is embrace short content, things for TikTok and Instagram and stuff like that. And the reason why is because I think like an interview that's like an hour long, 30 minutes long, that's a bit of a commitment for people to click on. Kind of what you need to do is you need to show them some clips, some good clips from the interviews that then might tempt them to actually watch the longer video. They might watch a little clip and go, God, that was really interesting, or that was really good. What else was in that? And then they might click on it. And so that's a great way of just kind of getting buzz created as well. Tony, hello, hope you're well. Tony said, Daze, have a great live. Lucky 13th month. Tony, shout out to you. Hope 2026 is treating you well. Yes, I'm still in the process of waking up, to be honest. I'm still in it's so early. This is, I'm normally about 12 hours out. So we started at 5, which is like starting at 5 a.m. for me. Normally I wake up about 7, 8 p.m. UK time. Normally I go to bed about 12, 1, lunchtime UK. So that I'm basically 12 hours out. So, you know, normally these would be on at 1 in the morning. That's normally about lunchtime for me. That's normally about 1 just after lunch, but it's actually 1 a.m. So yeah, for me, like starting at 5 p.m. is like starting at 5 a.m. That's how it feels. So by the time we actually get to the show, I'll be wide awake. I'll be good. I mean, I feel okay now, but like, yeah, it's just weird, isn't it? So when you do this on a regular basis, your body clock has to change. It has to, because we do shows so often. That I run on like American time. So this is why for me these shows in Europe are not my favorite, believe it or not. I'm really pleased for a lot of you that get to go. I mean, I'm not, you know, that's great, but actually like watching the shows is like, oh, I'd much rather just get back to the normal time rather than these earlier ones. But hey ho, we got to do it. It's great for the fans in Europe. It's good for WWE as well as a global brand. And they do provide a bit of a different flavor. We know how good the crowds can be in Europe as well. So they do provide a different flavor. World Live Cena said, Daze, I could see Sammy get in the Rumble next year and winning a world title at Saudi Mania. Thoughts? Yeah, there's a chance of that. There's a chance of that. I think that his time will come. I do believe that. I don't think he'll retire without having won the title. I think he spoke about it too much. So I think he will get it. I think they'll give him a world heavyweight title run or something. But yeah, it's just, I mean, he's been on the main roster since about, what is it, 2015? It's been like 11 years. I mean, it is stunning. It is stunning how long he's been around. And like without winning a world heavyweight championship. And, you know, there's been times where it's felt like it might happen. It's not like he's been a million miles away all that time. I mean, him in the bloodline and that moment where he turned on Roman, that's probably the closest. But I'm sure there'll be some good stuff for him. The great thing about being a Sammy fan, which I am, the great thing about being a Sammy fan is you've been disappointed so much over the years. You do sort of just fall into this place of, do you know what will be, will be. Whatever we get for Sammy, that's what we get, you know? I think long ago I abandoned that, oh my God, come on, please, Sammy. Like, that I don't have that now. And maybe that's a problem, to be honest. Perhaps that's wrong. Perhaps that should exist. But there's only so many times that someone can fall short. That you can like really root for them. You just sort of expect the worst all the time. So with Sammy, it's like, you know, I really want it to happen, but yeah, what will be, and we'll just sort of see where we end up. I would not expect him to win at the Rumble. I would not expect him to win at the Rumble this year, but as you said, with Saudi Mania in 2027, perhaps it goes down there. Trini, hello. Hope you're doing well. A girl overdid the physio. They've put me on bed rest, but I'm here, but I'm also not. Hopefully see you for NXT. Oh, Trini. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, yeah, get rest up. Do you know what? My dad actually has just had a horrific weekend. We actually called the ambulance at one point, thought that he was really, really deteriorating. Because he was at home upstairs working, and he was sat on a chair, and I think for a long time he was working on his laptop, and his neck locked up. And the thing with that, right, is it sounds lame, and it sounds like, why do you need an ambulance for that, right? But everything started like going wrong. Like all of a sudden he started to get a migraine. The lights were hurting him. He couldn't move his neck at all. As a result of that, he was like really struggling to then like move it, and like everything seemed like it was shutting down. And they got so worried they Googled, which you probably should never do, but the symptoms were absolutely in line with meningitis, and there was only a couple of things missing. And if he had had a rash and a fever, he would have had meningitis, or the symptoms for meningitis, because his body was just shutting down. And it got to the point where like my dad never ever needs help with it, like, you know, doesn't go to the doctors, doesn't go to hospital, is not a hypochondriac in the slightest. But he actually said a couple of days ago, call me an ambulance. And we called the ambulance. It didn't come, right, because UK Health Service, lol. But actually they did call back, and they were like, ran through some stuff. And they were like, believe it or not, because you don't have that rash, whatever, I don't think it is going to be meningitis. They were like, what you need to do is you need to get some heat on your neck. You need to work your neck a bit more. And they were like kind of walking him through. And he's been doing that over the weekend, and he's in a better place now. He's still really not well, but yeah, honestly, the reason I'm telling you that story is because that's been going on as a drama away from the channel. But it shows, like, that was a locked up neck that, like, it was unbelievable how he was shutting down. Because the other problem as well was that he couldn't sleep, because he was in so much pain he couldn't sleep. So he was like getting sleep deprivation. I mean, he could not sleep. If ever he tried to like lie down, any movement, he was awake again. I mean, it would be like trying to doze off and having someone like, you know, tap you on the head, like, wake up, wake up. So, I mean, like, you can imagine how bad that was, where like with sleep deprivation, like he was a mess. And it was all from a neck. So honestly, I wish you a very, very speedy recovery. Because stuff like that, where if you've overdone it and you, like, you know, you've kind of got a neck that's locked up, or you've got a back problems or whatever, it can be horrific. It just seems like, oh, good luck, you'll be fine. But like, having seen what my dad just went through, where, I mean, he was like shutting down. I mean, there's no other way of putting it. Things were seemingly failing. And it was really concerning when he was like, the light was hurting him. I mean, that's a bad symptom to have. You wouldn't think light hurt in your eyes, or like, you know, bad migraines if you don't have migraines. You wouldn't think that would all come from a locked neck. But it's like, as I said, if you can't sleep and you get sleep deprivation, that can then trigger a load of other stuff as well. And you just start spiraling, man. It's bad. It's really bad. But thankfully, he's on the road to recovery. And Trini, I hope you're going to get on the road to recovery as well. So thoughts very much with you. Liam says, did you guys break it? To be honest, I don't massively follow Spanish football. I know that they've had a torrid time. I saw that they lost to Barcelona 3-2 the other day. But if ever I follow football, I only tend to really watch the Premier League. Spanish football and French football and, you know, all that stuff. It's a bit too much for me to keep tabs of. I just tend to watch and see what's going on in the Premier League. So, but I did see, obviously there was that big game with Real and Barca in the cup final. I saw the score of that, and I know that Real have had a torrid time. I wonder who they'll turn to. I don't think Man United are going to go for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, so he might be available. So, you know, Ole at the wheel for Real Madrid. Trini said, the symptoms you're describing are symptoms that I've experienced. Whenever there is like a compression of my sciatic nerve, it could be that he compressed the nerve because of the way he was sitting. I don't know enough about it, to be honest with you. Yes, it could be. I mean, I know that, as I said, he is not someone that ever is a hypochondriac. I'll make fun of him for whatever I can. I won't make fun of him for that, because he's not. I mean, he really isn't. He never goes. Actually, he should go to get checked out by the doctors, whatever. So for him to turn around and say that, it is massively concerning. So, you know, we've obviously gone through that over the weekend, whatever, but it's easing up now. It's getting better now, but I know that he's been on the phone to people over the weekend, and it could absolutely be what you're describing. I don't know enough about kind of the details of it. All I know is what they told him to do to try and ease it, and what he needed to do to get back. And as I said, a couple of days over the weekend. I mean, he's been this way for a little while, actually. He's been this way for about 4 or 5 days since, like, you know, he started declining. So I wouldn't be shocked if it was that. I mean, you seem to know what you're on about. Horrible. I honestly, I was shocked. I was genuinely shocked to see that it was like what he thought was like a locked neck, like, deteriorate so much. But it could have been that. A compression of the sciatic nerve. Oh my God, look how educated we are. I feel like this is like a medical school stream. I love this for us. Maggie says, your dad does need to go to the doctor. They'd probably send him to hospital for some tests, and it is best to get checked out. He honestly, it's one thing that he just doesn't do. He is one of those guys that's like sucks it up and is like, he'll be fine. That is him. Doesn't go to the doctors. If there's any sort of issue, it'll blow over. You know, that is just his mentality. He has always been that way. I genuinely don't think I have ever in my life heard for him ask to go to the hospital or anything like that in my life. So for that to happen, you kind of go, wow, this is what's happening here. What's this? So, yeah. I wish all of you good health out there, right? This is not how we want to be starting 2026. So, it's unfortunate that there are so many people going through stuff. We've always had that in our community. We're such a big community. There's a lot of you out there that I know are suffering with different things. And I hope 2026 is going to bring you as much comfort as possible. Because, God, there's enough going on in the world. Yeah. At the very least, we should all have good health. I wish you all good health. Moon Knight says, Daze, neck, back, knees, they're just not to be played with. Need to get him active, get him laughing. Make sure it's good nutrition, good air that is entering the orifices of the heads. Okay, yeah. Good advice. I like it. It is true. I mean, I'm terrible at this as well, sitting at a desk, typing away. I mean, you're right, getting active. I mean, that's something that our whole family could do more of, to be honest. Like getting up, getting exercise. You know, it's something that I probably need to bring back onto my agenda as well. I mean, I'm still obviously young. I'm only 21. So for me, it's a case where my body can handle this right now. But fast forward a few years, all this sitting down and not doing exercise, it's going to catch up with me. I already know. So, yeah, if it's not your New Year's resolution, make it your New Year's resolution. Get active, yeah? Look after yourself. Eat good stuff. Too often you can eat rubbish, and I'm like that as well. But it's good. It's a good reminder, isn't it, to look after ourselves. Big Time said, what's the thoughts on Raw time slots getting bounced around internationally? I'm so used to turning in at a given time, it's hard to give up with. Well, I don't think there's anything you can do, to be honest. I mean, the alternative is that you either don't go abroad, which I think we can all agree would not be right, or you tape the show and then air it at the same time on Netflix. So it would drop on Netflix at the same time that it, normally drops when it is live in America. I don't know that that's correct, though, because you're going to have spoilers, aren't you? I mean, for me personally, if you're going to give me the option of, do you want to watch the show live wherever it is in the world, or do you want to just have it at the same time? But if you do that, there's going to be spoilers out there because people will have gone to the show, they will have watched the matches, and they're going to put it online, right? So, again, if you're going to give me that choice, I'm going to choose live. So, for me, the worst scenario is... the worst scenario is probably no show. And then the next worst scenario is taped show that with spoilers leaking. And then, you've got live, but at the wrong time. And then live at the time that we're so used to. So for me, it's not ideal. I don't think there's anything you can do about it, though. I don't see what the solution would be. The only fix would be to tape it and run it at its usual American time. The great thing about Netflix, the great thing about the modern age, there's just catch up everywhere now. I mean, back in the day, if you missed it live, you needed to have taped it. You needed to have set your VCR or your DVR. You needed to have recorded it yourself. But now with like streaming platforms and catch-up services, you don't need to. I mean, whatever time you come in, you can watch Raw. I mean, if you forgot that it was on earlier in the day and you get home, as long as you've not seen any spoilers, you can just turn it on and watch it, can't you? And consume it at whatever time you want to consume it at. That's the great thing about where we are with technology at the moment. So I sort of feel like it's not ideal. I don't see what you can do about it. I don't see how you can change it. I think this is right that we go live. I think it's got a different energy when it's live. If you do miss it and you have to watch catch up, I understand it's not going to be quite the same as watching it live like normal. But, it's a week or two, isn't it? I mean, pretty soon we're back in America. I think we worked out that we've got Raw, SmackDown, Raw next week, and that's it. So I think we got 3 shows that we got to get through, and then we're back in America. And of course, we'll have some other shows later in the year. I'm sure there's a rumored Italian PLE that I'm sure we're going to have. So, it's unavoidable that we're going to go back to Europe, or we're going to do Saudi, or we're going to do Australia. It's a global brand, WWE. I think it's right as well that they continue to go globally because they are world wrestling entertainment. They've been coming to the UK since '89. You can definitely expand across Europe, which I don't think they've really made enough of a presence, or not had enough presence in. I think Europe is there for the taking. There is no major wrestling company in Europe, which is a surprise, genuinely. I think that, I have to think that there is a gap in the market for a big European wrestling company. A company that can operate in Europe, UK, Germany, France, all of that, and go around. I suppose the barrier is going to be the language barrier. The fact that each country has got its own language. And, Europe obviously is a very rich culture, and that's the only thing. In America, you've got all the different states, but they all speak English. But in Europe, the French speak French, the Spanish speak Spanish, the Germans speak German, the English speak English, so on. It's flipping. Everyone's got their own language. So I think you've got more challenges with Europe. But it's definitely, it's massive. It's a massive continent. It's shocking that there isn't like a major wrestling company like an AEW, TNA, New Japan type company that is just going around Europe. I mean, you've got Rev Pro, you've got WXW, you've got wrestling companies, but they're not big. They're not troubling TNA or New Japan or CMLL. Mexico's got like AAA, CMLL. Japan has got New Japan, Noah, got quite a few promotions. UK has got a few promotions like Progress and Rev Pro, but they're not big. You'd think there'd be something for Europe, or I would. But I don't know, man. Just like most other things, Europe just can't get its shiz together. There's too much difference in language and culture, and there's a lot of history there. And do you know what I mean? Trying to get everyone on the same page is so much more difficult than what you guys do in America with all your states. I mean, you lot are America, and do you know what I mean? Like, you've got individual states, but you are a proud country. Whereas Europe has just got all these countries trying to coexist, and it's very, very challenging. So this is why WWE have gone, okay, well, we'll be the company then. Let it be us and not AEW. Yeah, that's a fight that's happening. Might not feel that way, but WWE are definitely doing more globally to stop AEW's rise. They don't want to allow AEW to just come in and be the company of Europe and the company of Australia and all that stuff. So that is definitely driving WWE as well. So yeah, there's a need to go international and not get left behind to truly be the global brand that you speak of. I think we could all agree that going to India, going to Africa, going to South America, like Asia, going to Japan, you know, there's Singapore. I mean, there's so many places that it feels like WWE has not gone to that it would be good to see them go to. I mean, they're big in India. I don't know why they don't go to India. I don't know what's happened. So I don't know why we haven't made moves. Don't know why we don't go to Africa. I mean, they obviously will have run some numbers where financially they don't think it's viable for them, but I'd like to see it. I'd like to see them, even if it's just live events, kind of go to these places. But that's one for the future. Edward, hello, shout out to you. And Berry2K said, Randy and Cody had an angle backstage, Randy keeping his eyes on the gold. I wish they could have another tag team run before the wheels fall off for Orton, says Berry. Safe to say, Daze, an Ober fan, if you was to push him to take on Roman or he wins the Rumble, there's so many options for this monster, says Wyatt661. Imagine WWE filling up soccer stadiums. That's the WrestleMania I want to see, says O Bologna. Yeah, no, it could happen. Definitely. I mean, they did the Clash at the Castle in Wales. It wasn't a soccer stadium per se. It was like the Welsh National Stadium, the Millennium Stadium. They've done a lot of soccer games there. But, you know, they've done Wembley Stadium, obviously, back in 92, and we've seen AEW run that more recently. So, and there's been a lot of chatter about, like, could they do the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium? Because that thing, you know, is a great stadium, state-of-the-art. It's like something you would find in America. It's the most recently built stadium, like, big stadium in the UK. But, yeah, I mean, there's lots of stadiums across Europe. Great stadiums that they could run shows in. I think they just need to... There's always been a reluctance to do big shows internationally because of the time difference. I think they want to continue to grow in Europe before committing to anything major. But, you know, we've seen them do Bash in Berlin. We've seen them do Clash in Paris. We've seen them do, like, Backlashes and Money in the Banks and Clash in the Castles. And there's an Italian PLE that's rumoured. So, you know, there's definitely activity that's gone on. The intensity of international shows has increased since TKO came on board. TKO, I think, are a more global-looking organization than Vince was. And I think that just continues. So we know London was interested in WrestleMania, but that's gone quiet. Don't know why. I blame London. I mean, the simple fact is, you give them enough money, you will get WrestleMania. So it ain't going to be WWE's fault. It's going to be London for not coming up with the money, isn't it? And I don't know why London hasn't. I don't know if London thought they could just bid for it and get it and that would be it or what. I don't know. But hopefully that's something that can still happen. So, yeah, we'll have to kind of see. I don't think it's certainly not a priority for London. I think that's probably what it comes down to. You know, London has got obviously a lot of things going on. I think WrestleMania was not pretty high on the priority list. But, yeah, that would feel like the most likely place in Europe for WrestleMania. We know that the UK fan base is like second or third biggest. So, but they are growing in like Belgium, Germany, France. You know, we're seeing some real growth there. Those countries, well, you know, France could get it. We know that fan base has really been electrified in recent years, awoken in recent years, so they could get it. But I like it. I mean, look, I'm sat in Europe. I love WWE coming over. So I like it, but I will also be the first to say I'm not a huge fan of the shows being on at this time. I know it works for many of you out there, and I'm pleased for you, but for me personally, I like to be in my schedule, but I don't see a way around it. I don't really see what the alternative is. I think it's right that they come to different places globally. Nothing else good is going to happen at the Tottenham Stadium, said Doug Dilly. So they might as well do a wrestling show. Wrestling in India would be lit, said Flame Fist. Billions and billions. I'd love India to get. I mean, I really enjoyed the Stranger Things themed episode the other week, right? Because for me, I felt like I was watching something different. I know that this did not maybe come across that way for many of you. I know many of you are Stranger Things fans that wanted to go further with that. They were hoping to see the cast and all this. Now, I don't watch Stranger Things. So for me, whatever I got was just bonus, yeah? We got decorations down the entranceway and around the ringside area. We got like a van in the entranceway where Michael Cole, Corey Graves came out of. There was some interesting bits backstage. Like visually, it was just a little bit different than what we normally get. And I enjoyed it. I liked it. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just a little bit of garnish. As someone that doesn't watch the show, that's fine. I mean, for me, I didn't need loads of stuff for Stranger Things because I don't watch the show, so I'm not going to react to it. I'm not going to freak out if this person is there or that person's there or this creature's there or whatever, right? But for me, it just gave me a different flavor. And I don't really understand why we don't do more of that when we go abroad or even go to certain states. I sort of feel like a lot of Raws and SmackDowns just feel the same. I feel like we're in the same building. So if we go to India, I'd love to get a flavour of India. I'd love for the entranceway and everything to kind of really be paying respect to India, represent India. That would be really cool. And then, you know, you go to Africa and you could do something different over there. You come to Europe, come to the UK, you go to France, you know, you could do something there. I mean, do you remember when we went to Clash in Paris and they had that big Eiffel Tower sort of set? I mean, that was brilliant. That was great. I was not expecting that. I mean, we've not been getting special sets, unique sets for shows. So the fact they went that far rather than just have a normal set, they actually had that sort of big, I thought, it looked brilliant. I don't even need much. Just that was great. That was brilliant. So, yeah, I'd love for us to go to India. I'd love for it to feel like we're in a different place as well. And for it to not just constantly feel like we're in the same flipping arena week in, week out. Well, I do think, though, when we go on these European tours, it does sort of have a different vibe. Because when we go to these European tours, they tend to sell really well. So the entranceway tends to be just that kind of smaller entranceway. So you don't have that big normal set. And as a result, it can feel a little bit different. But yeah, listen, great. Let's go to India. Let's go to Africa. Let's go to Mexico. Let's go to Venezuela. Yeah. They need cheering up. Let's go to Brazil. Let's go to Argentina. Let's go to Singapore and all these places. So I don't know. I don't know where we're going this year. I know there's rumors. There's been rumors for a little while of a Japanese show and trying to do something in Japan. Certainly rumors of an Italian PLE, and I think they're always interested in going to Australia. And obviously Saudi is just a no-brainer, isn't it? So we'll have to see. Marvland, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Duran said, hello, crazy wrestling fans. I almost forgot that the show was on early today. I'm glad I don't have to watch the NFL playoff game on my small TV tonight. Duran, shout out to you, buds. Big Time said, I don't know about you, but I would like to see WWE shoot some segments and angles outside the arenas, beyond parking lots. Feels like we're always contained in a small space. Yep, I agree. Alex said, I attempt to make an effort. I was nowhere near close to my price range. Alex, hope you're well, buds. Chris said, depending where they go, they would need some heavy security. Well, yes, true. But I don't think that should be a barrier. I mean, we have concerts. People go all over the world doing gigs and concerts and stuff like that. I know that this is a little bit different because, you know, a lot of people just sing on a stage. And so they're not kind of walking through the crowd and, you know, having the crowd around them in that way. But so I agree with you that security would have to be factored in, but certainly not something that I see being a barrier. Like, we can't do that because we can't guarantee the safety of the wrestlers. I mean, I wouldn't go to North Korea or anything like that. But, you know, I think if we were to go to India or if we would go to certain parts of Africa, I mean, maybe there might be some places in Africa you want to stay away from. Politically, I don't know, to be honest. But, yeah, you want to go to, you know, places where you're going to have a good fan base or there's a good enough reason to go. You're going to get, like, you know, a good amount of people coming out. And, of course, you can guarantee the safety. Moon Knight says, there is no light fixtures. The light come from parked cars and the show goes on. No ring, no problem. Cardi said, Daze, the house show in Glasgow was sold out. Why don't they push for football stadiums for the pay-per-views or TV events? They would sell easily. Why don't they push for football stadiums? Well, I think the unpredictability of the weather, plus normally it's at night time, so it's going to be dark and cold. And I think that they would rather have an arena where they push up ticket prices and try to sell that out rather than do a stadium where they can lower ticket prices but get more people. I mean, you are having to work probably a bit harder there for... It's one of those... It's the age-old thing, isn't it? Of, do you want to sell a few high-ticket items or do you want to sell a lot of cheap items? Both will get you about the same amount of money. You know, you could sell one item for £80 or you could sell 80 items for £1. Both are going to get you £80 at the end of the day. They're both challenging in a different way. That one, you've got to try and find someone that's going to be willing to spend £80 straight off the bat, but you've only got to find one person. Or do you find 80 people that are going to be willing to spend £1, right? As I said, both get you to the same destination. And WWE's strategy just has been and continues to be, certainly under TKO, selling less at a higher price rather than selling more at a lower price. So if you was to run in a stadium, the view wouldn't be as good. Depends where you sit. But, you know, chances are if you're further back, it's not going to be as good. It's going to be at night. Weather's going to be a problem. I mean, you don't want to be like, it's very rare that we would ever wrestle in the rain or anything like that. Weather is going to be very unpredictable. I mean, maybe if there was a dome, but to be honest with you, there's not really that many domed stadiums in the United Kingdom. I don't know across Europe. I mean, there might be the odd thing across Europe, but that's where, you know, you've got to, I think if you was going to do something of that size, you're going to do a PLE, aren't you? And the problem with the PLE is I've always been told time. So if you was going to do a PLE, then yeah, you could run a stadium and you could have high ticket prices because you're bringing a high quality show. So that's all fine. And you'd probably do it in a dome or somewhere that's got a closable roof, which I think the Tottenham Stadium has. And I think like the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Germany has. So, you know, there are some in Europe, but there's not loads. Most stadiums are just football stadiums that don't have a closable roof. And I think that that's, you know, a bit of an issue. When they did Wales, that had a closable roof. The Welsh Stadium has a retractable roof. So I think you'd need the right place. You'd need, obviously, to know that the fan base would show out and that you could sell the tickets. But the big stumbling block has always been, and perhaps they've got better data on this now, but the big stumbling block has always been the time difference. So if you go back to SummerSlam 1992, Triple H has always consistently said that show did not do well. A lot of people say it was a big success because of the amount of people that attended, because it sold out Wembley. But actually, the buy rate for that show was not great. Like the amount of Americans that tuned in, the amount of pay-per-views that sold, it was not deemed a runaway success. You know, they got a massive live audience in the UK because they were struggling to get that in America at the time. And so that was the whole reason why they did it. UK was popping off for WWE. America, it had pretty much had its fill, honestly. Like, they weren't getting good attendances in America in 1992. You might remember they actually tried to kind of sell out the Coliseum in LA in 91, and they really struggled. They had to move the building, had to switch buildings. They claimed it was a security thing, but we've since found out that was nonsense. The ticket sales just weren't there. And so they had to downgrade the WrestleMania building in 1991. That's kind of where attendance was. And actually, I think WrestleMania 8 was in a stadium, looked good, but actually, money-wise, didn't make a great deal for them. I heard the other day, WrestleMania 9 in Las Vegas, which is quite small in size, actually made more money for them than what WrestleMania 8 is. And if you look at the two attendances, that is crazy. WrestleMania 9 is much, much smaller. Much smaller. But apparently the casinos, Caesar's Palace, paid a lot of money for that show. And they made a lot of money as a result compared to how much they made from WrestleMania 8. So there's a lot that goes into it. It's quite complex, actually, when you break it down as to how much can you charge for tickets. Can you guarantee that it's going to be okay with the weather? Probably you want somewhere that's got a roof. How many places are there that have got a roof? Again, is there going to be a good attendance? How much can you charge? And then the big factor has always been, what about the time difference? They don't care about the time difference with Saudi Arabia because they're getting paid so much money. Saudi Arabia, each show makes them like 50 million, right? It's crazy. I think, wasn't there a stat that said they'd made more money from the Saudi shows since 2018 than like all the WrestleMania ticket sales put together? If you look at all the money they've made from ticket sales from WrestleMania going all the way back to 1985, I am 99% certain there was a stat doing the rounds that they have made more from the Saudi shows since 2018 than if you add all those WrestleMania ticket sales together, which is mental to think about. Mental. But that's how significant the Saudi shows have been. Each one is worth 50 million, which just blows away most WrestleMania. Well, I think it blows away every WrestleMania. I don't think WrestleMania makes 50 million. I don't even think this year's made 50 million last year. So each Saudi show is just dropping this incredible amount of money. So they don't give a flip about really how many people are tuning into those. They want a lot of people tuning in for Saudi, and obviously they want the show to be as successful as possible, but they are making so much money that just dwarfs anything else, right? They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't make that money from a European show. There ain't UK, France, Italy. No one's giving them 50 million for a WWE show, right? No one's paying that. I think WrestleMania went back to Vegas for like 10 million, something like this. The Saudi numbers are mental. They are mental. Like, no one else is paying close to what the Saudis are paying. So, again, time-wise, it would become a factor. How much would that affect people tuning in? But because they've been doing Clash in Paris and Bash in Berlin, they'll have a lot more data now. They'll have a lot more information about how many people tune into those shows and how do they compare when they run them in America instead. This is all really boring business stuff, which I'm sure not everyone's going to care about, but this is just explaining a little bit of kind of what goes on behind the scenes when these decisions get made. Why don't they just do WrestleMania in the UK? UK want it. Why don't they just do it? Well, the bottom line is money. It's simple as that. It's simple as that. If they go, they now go to cities and they go, how much are you going to give us? We would like at least 10 million or whatever. And it's up to that city to pay that money. And if that city don't want to pay that money, well, then you ain't getting WrestleMania. It'll probably go to Vegas. It'll probably go to Saudi. I mean, I think Saudi will get it a few times. I don't think this is one and done. I think, Saudi is getting WrestleMania in 2027. I think they'll have it a few more times after that. Not every year. I think WWE will want to make sure that it's still going in America, like, every other year. But, I mean, Saudi have got so much money. I mean, Saudi could just buy WWE if they wanted, right? If they put 10 billion on the table, I don't know if TKO would turn that down. 11 billion, 12 billion. I mean, Saudi have got the money to do that. If they really, really wanted to, they could just outright buy WWE. But they've got so much money, they could do that. So for them, 50 million to secure whatever, or 70 million or 100 million to get a WrestleMania, you buy that a few times and, that's better than just buying the company. See how it does. Who knows? Saudis, there's been a lot of talk actually about could Vince come back with the Saudis to get WWE back. I'm not aware of any conversations, but people are thinking, could he do that at some point? Would TKO be able to turn down the Saudi money? But there's no word that they're interested or anything, but yeah. Daze, after performing a deep analysis of why AEW has dipped in numbers, I was shocked to see it was because of you, says Tony Khan. No stream equals no viewership. But 2026 is going to be AEW's year. Bank on it. Thank you, Tony. I wish you and AEW all the great success. I don't have no ill will towards AEW. We had a good conversation about that the other day. I was just talking why I don't watch anymore, but, there's many people that do, and I don't wish AEW any ill will. So I hope they have a good year. In fact, we even said, I think them having a good year results in WWE having a good year, because WWE are forced into having a good year. It keeps them competitive. And I think that WWE last year suffered by not having a strong AEW around. So, or an AEW, I should say, that's like really, all over them ratings-wise. That kind of would that keeps WWE on their toes. Right, that is set up. Let's go. Right, Sean said the reason why people turn on Cody is because he isn't interesting as a character. I think they should keep him away until the WWE Championship until they have better creative for him. Yeah, but the problem with that, Sean, is that when are they going to have better creative? I mean, we can try and hope that this creative team are going to come up with better stories. And there's been a few glimpses of that. You know, I am hopeful that this is going to be a better WrestleMania season. I will be very frustrated, though, if this creative team do show themselves to be better. And, you know, now we've took the title off Cody. And now the creative team are going to wake up and start doing some good stuff. You know, I will find that quite frustrating. Because for me, Cody finishing his story was right. There was people at the time saying we shouldn't do it because he's going to be a mid-champion. I didn't feel like that was a good enough reason, and I still don't. I just don't agree with that. I don't think that you shouldn't do something because you don't believe that you can follow up on it, right? That's the job. The job is to follow up on it. The job is finish the story. That's the right thing to do. And then like come up with more engaging stories, but only now this time with him being champion, right? That's the job. That is literally the job. So for me, that was not a reason to not do it. It's a reason to fire people in the creative team. If they're not good enough, then get rid of them, right? And I don't say that lightly. I don't like talking about firing people, but for me, the right thing to do was to finish the story, not just keep dragging it out. We'd already not pulled the trigger at WrestleMania 39. The idea that we would then not pull the trigger again at WrestleMania 40 was just not right to me. And I think we can agree that it was a great moment, yeah, with the way it was done. I think there was a lot of praise for it. So lovely, good. But then, of course, you've got the real problem, which is following up on it. And, everyone was concerned that they weren't going to be able to do it. And they didn't. It's as simple as that. I mean, the people that were concerned about it, which was pretty much everyone, were correct. WWE dropped the ball. They absolutely failed. And if now creative has got to a point where it can actually tell some good stories and actually, you know, do some interesting presentation, then that's going to be really flipping frustrating because Cody's just gone through a period where they couldn't and 2025 sucked. And now they take the belt off him and all of a sudden they're going to get good at telling stories. That will be very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. So I think the Cody thing is an interesting conversation. I just think the bottom line is you're correct. They need to come up with better stories. They need some interesting character development. That does not mean turning heel. I really push back against that. I think it's lazy. I think that it's low-hanging fruit. I think that if that's your go-to, then, you know, that says to me you can't think of anything more interesting to do. I think that I would challenge that if I was in creative. I just think it's lazy. We've seen it so many times where Big Show turns face, turns heel, turns face, turns heel. And it's like, is that really the best you could come up with? You can't come up with anything more creative than... It's just so easy. I feel like a 5-year-old could say it and come up with it. Like turning heel. It's the easy option. And for me, I'm much more interested in... I'm more interested in the more challenging options always. I'm more interested in, you know... This is exactly what I was just saying about when there was people out there saying, don't put the belt on Cody because we're not going to be able to follow it up, right? Well, the only reason those people were saying that is because if they were in creative, they couldn't follow it up. They're basically saying, don't put the belt on Cody because I can't think of any good reason or any good story that we could tell. You might as well have turned around and said, I should not be in creative. I don't know what I'm talking about. I could not book this. You might as well have said that, right? So for me, those people have basically just held their hands up and gone, I should not be commenting on wrestling really because I haven't got a flipping clue what I'm on about. That's how it came across to me, which might sound harsh, but I just think that for me, I think putting the belt on him was right. And then, you tell some good stories and you come up with some good creative that is worthy of Cody being champion. That's the harder thing to do, but it was the right thing to do. And I think that, the exact same here as well with like taking that more difficult option. That's the way that I always lean. So I think with Cody, turning heel is the easy option. I think it's an option that people gravitate towards because they can't think of anything more creative. And so for me, it's not the direction I'm interested in going. I think the more challenging thing is to evolve Cody's character, make it interesting. And I think that's more challenging. And that interests me a lot more. So, yeah, we need better creative. We needed it last year. I think we're seeing some green shoots of it this year. Whether it's going to be good enough or not, I don't know. But I would say that this year has got off to a pretty good start so far. Can they continue it now? So we're about to go into our second Raw of 2026. The show looks okay. Preview wise. So let's see if Gunther AJ can deliver. Let's see if Bron Breakker has got something interesting to say. Let's see if WWE have got some little twists and turns up their sleeve. There are rumors of LA Knights being around. So we should get something here. Countdown has completed. And we'll be going over to the show very soon. Right. Monday pre-evening Raw, said it's Kaz. Let's go. Is SmackDown taped? Yeah, well, it's taped in America. So we'll be doing it live, and then we'll be doing the second one afterwards, yes. Okay. Then, now, forever, together. Okay, Raw is beginning. We know that Cody retained the championship. CM Punk retained the championship against Bron Breakker last week. Let's see what gets said. I think we're starting with Rhea and Io. I'm sure Adam Pearce said that was opening the show. They really do like the whole women's tag team championship stuff. Edward said, Daze, the reason I think Cody gets the belt back at the Chamber is that there are rumors for Roman Cody 3 at Mania. Surely it's for the belt. Maybe there'd be a darker edge to Cody from now on. Well, maybe. We don't know if those are still the plans or if plans have changed. Those are certainly the plans that have been reported. Cody Roman is still the only thing that has been reported for WrestleMania in regards to the WWE Championship. So it'll be very interesting to see if anything leaks out or comes out now that Drew has won the championship. I mean, it's good having some unpredictable stuff on the road, you know? So we're just seeing back to the main event of last week. CM Punk. This was the Vision coming down. Right. Bishop. The thing with Cody's title run is he was a massive babyface. The crowd wanted to see him win at Mania. If you look at Kofi and Daniel Bryan, they were people they wanted to see win at WrestleMania. Their runs were mid, said Bishop. Yeah, but Daniels, we never got a chance to get our teeth into, actually. I mean, I don't know how his run would have gone. I could believe it could have been mid, but I mean, he had to forfeit the belt not long after he won at WrestleMania 30. I think the Kofi one was always going to be mid, to be honest, because that really was never planned. I mean, Kofi got into a gauntlet match because of Mustafa Ali getting injured. And it was just like a last minute thing. And Kofi did really well in that gauntlet match. And everyone just sort of went, hang on, we love this guy and we've always loved this guy. We would actually like him to win this. And yeah, that was a really weird one. That was an unplanned, just organic kind of movement thing. WWE didn't have any plans for Kofi after Mania. The fans wanted it because Kofi had been around for so long and he'd been in the New Day. He'd been away from the title picture. And so that whole kind of Kofi Mania thing was a genuine movement. It was a genuine movement, and it was great. So yeah, I think it's a little different. You know, the Cody one is one we'd built to for a long time. I think Cody was always going to be WWE champion when he came back at WrestleMania 38. He was going to win it at 39, and then the plans changed, and we delayed it another year. So for me, that's quite different comparing it to Kofi, you know? But the truth is, they just have not been able to book champions in 2025. You know, really, I don't know, since Bloodline, they just have not been able to book championship reigns, and Cody has been a victim of that. We're just seeing people arrive. There's AJ. Logan's here again. No way. Is he full-time, said Alex. Yeah, he is full-time now. He signed that contract, didn't he, the other month? AJ Gunther goes down tonight. We got some pyro going off. Okay, so pyro going off in the entranceway. There's a good amount of people in there. Looks pretty much like a normal show. It's got a proper stage, though. So it's not like just an entranceway. And it is EO that's coming out. So it's going to be EO and Rhea that are going to be starting us off. In fact, it looks like a bigger stage than normal, actually. The staging looks a little different. Just a bit wider with some, like, more side pieces to it. Here's Rhea. I don't think I've ever seen this stage setup. I don't hate it at all. I actually really like it. It kind of goes in. Okay, so Rhea and EO are making their way down. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that stage setup. quite a long walkway as well, isn't it? Why is that so long? Why does that walkway feel so long? I think it feels like the walkway. It feels like the ring is really quite far into the arena. If you look how close that ring is to the other side, it's actually not that far away. The walkway is quite long, though. Normally the ring is about in the middle of the arena. It's not in the middle this time. Okay. Just nothing important, but just a few little observations at the start of the show. Different kind of entrance stage. The ring is... Yeah, look at that. That's a good shot, actually. Rio is always on top. Rio on top. Marvelin, shout out to you, but Marvelin said, I need that Austin Theory theme released already. It's quite big sounding, isn't it, that Theory theme? We've finally put the Kabuki Warriors in their place. You are looking at the new WWE Women's Tag Team Champs. So they hold those belts up. You deserve it is the chant. And Io and Rhea just embrace. Me and Rhea beat respect into Asuka and Kairi. I don't know if she said Rhea or Rio. Okay, we're laying down the challenge. Here's Liv. Liv Morgan comes out with Roxanne. Okay, Liv and Roxanne making their way down to the ring. Long time no see, buddy. You look good, says Liv. Liv's in cheerleader mode at the moment. She's like, come on, everyone. Let's give a round of applause for Rhea. Liv says, those belong to me. Liv says, I never lost those titles. We can do things the easy way or the hard way. Okay, so Liv and Roxanne have made their way down. There's another team coming out, and it is Bayley. Bayley is here with Lyra. She has been calling for Bayley. I'm surprised, actually, that Lyra didn't come down on her own and then we could have had Bayley kind of come out. I'm surprised to see Bayley. Bayley said, excuse me whilst the crowd just sing for me really quickly. Oh, if you be my girl. I like Bayley's gear. It's really vibrant. Yeah, they're still going. Bayley said, you might not have lost the tag team championships, but your little partner right there did. Okay, so Bayley and Lyra are in the ring. I'm sure there's maybe a chance of another team coming down. Is this a weird segment to start the show with? It feels a little bit like it's a weird segment to start the show with, but there is plenty of star power. We got Rhea, we got Bayley, Liv, EO. They're going back to singing Bayley's song again. Okay, we've got Bayley, Lyra. Oh, we got another team getting involved. It's Kabuki Warriors. Kabuki Warriors attack the champs. Asuka, Kairi. Shots coming in. There's a big brawl. This thing's broken down. Yeah, I don't know, man. This segment, there's not really much to it. It's one of those, we're the best. Then they get interrupted by a team that go, we're the best. Then they get interrupted by a team that go, we're the best. And then Kabuki Warriors just attack EO and Rhea. Now we've got like a big brawl that's broken out between all the teams. I think everyone's just waiting for this to kind of be like a TLC match or some sort of multi-team match. Kip up there by EO doing the emote. It's actually the champs that are going to stand tall. I don't think there's enough in that segment for it to be deemed as really Raw opening worthy. You do get that on these international shows where we just bring people out, the crowd react, and there's not really too much more to it. We go backstage, we got AJ Styles. I'm glad I don't have Heyman babbling first thing, though, said Jesse. I like a little scrap in between the women. Okay. I'm not offended by that segment. I just wish there was something more substance-wise to it. Okay, we are backstage with AJ. He's just saying a few words. I slapped the taste out of Gunther's mouth last week because John Cena couldn't. I'm going to make you tap out. Some strong words from AJ. Oh, we're going over to our first match then. It's going to be the Young OG. Bouncy! Is he taking on Bravo tonight? I think they did say during the intro, but... Bloody hell. I didn't even see him come out. And straight away, is at the camera? Yeah. I wonder if that's why they got rid of Tama doing the yeah. That was a little bit similar to that, wasn't it? Yeah. This boy is bouncy. He's got a NXT jersey on. It says 6'7", because that's hilarious. Even now, it's still hilarious. In fact, I think it's getting funnier. So, NXT 6'7". The young OG making his way down. Okay, I think we're going to commercial break. So, we've kicked things off with the women's tag teams, a word from AJ, and the young OG making his way down. It is cringe, says Metal Mama. I think you just don't understand. I just don't think you get it. I don't want to be disrespectful and say if you was a bit younger, but if you was a bit younger, like me, I think you'd get it. I think you'd understand. It's one of those, like when a new song comes out and the adults are all like, what's this? Oh my God, it's a racket. But all the kids are into it. That's 6'7". All us kids are really into it, and we get it. It's hilarious. But a lot of the older people don't really understand, and that's okay. It's not for everyone. Steve said if AJ makes Gunther tap out, WWE didn't learn their lesson, but I don't see it happening. M Train Love said it's for 21-year-olds like Dave. That's right, buds. That's right. My generation think it's hilarious, and it has not aged yet. Yeah. Benny, hello. Daze, I want to know, will you be my guy? Oh. Here we go. Here's the Americanos. Here's Bravo making his way down. El Grande. Rio. Bravo. It is crazy, isn't it? It is crazy what we are doing to Tyler Bate, and I don't know what we're doing as we're making our way down, but we got some arms. We've got all this going on as well. Actually, I could get with it, It is crazy what we're doing, but watching Bravo make his way down, he's leaning into it, actually. He's leaning into it. Tyler Bate. Tyler Bate was coming down. He was doing all of this as he was making his way down. Now we're posing. What have we got the big strong boy doing these days? But he was just coming down and he was like doing all that with people in the crowd as he was making his way down. This is a character that allows you to really perform, If that's something that you as a wrestler would be interested in doing. People get into wrestling for different things, but it's very good for performance if you've got like a gimmick like this. Any kind of gimmick, actually, that allows you to get your teeth into. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of performance with The Fiend and with the Wyatt Six. There's a lot of performance there as well. But seeing Tyler Bate come down being quite flamboyant is a little strange. Okay, we're back from commercial break, and tonight we're going to get a women's #1 contenders match. It's going to be Liv and Roxanne against Bayley and Lyra against the Kabuki Warriors. #1 contenders match. Okay, we're backstage. There's Finn. He's playing a video game, him and Cody. That's a big TV, isn't it? Look at the size of that TV. Oh, Liv's quite fiery here, having a go at Finn. It's time to stop playing games. What are you waiting for? She's got a point, says Roxanne. Just you watch. That's exciting. That's exciting. Liv going off at Finn Balor. Stop sitting around. Stop playing games. Stop waiting for things to happen. Finn Balor smiles and says, just you watch. Okay, Javon against Bravo. Niall said, worst part is he just got pinned in the game. Oh, did he? Oh, God. It's all going wrong for Finn Balor, isn't it? I can't quite make out what they're chanting, but right now we are underway with Javon Bravo. Kick up there by Javon. Good spot this for Javon. Kick up there by Bravo. Look at this. Look at this performative work by Bravo. Kicks coming in. Could this... Right now, Javon's being choked on that middle rope. I was just listening to Wade and Michael Cole arguing about Ryo's name because they've called him Ryo from the beginning, but it's spelt like Rayo. And it seems like they're arguing about how you pronounce the name. Well, if they don't know, we're not going to stand a chance, are we? Bravo goes into the corner. Javon against the ropes takes over Bravo. Bravo goes down. Bravo over by the ropes. Young OG. Top rope. Bouncy. Excellent. Head scissors into a massive drop kick. Huge. By Javon. Bravo goes to the outside. That's going to allow Javon. Oh. Ryo. Top rope insecurity though by El Grande. In comes Bravo. Double axe handle. Bravo all over the young OG. So obviously the numbers advantage here working for Bravo. Is this how we have... I've not seen this before. That was El Grande on the outsides. Enjoying what he was seeing. Yeah, how does he know that? Wade Barrett just said Bravo is the backbone of the Americano family. Ryo is the spark. El Grande is the patriarch. And Bravo is the backbone. You could tell that Michael Cole just made Wade Barrett come up with all of that on the spot. Shot coming in by Javon. Of course, you know, 6'7", you're 21. Let's effing go. Are you upset with Dunn and Tyler being comedic wrestlers, says Benny? Yeah, I mean, look, I didn't like it at first, and I still think we could be kind of digging into them as more like they were in developmental. You know, I'd still like to see the Bruiserweight. I'd still like to see that kind of young Tyler Bates that won the first NXT UK championship. I would take that over this. But I must admit, I have enjoyed seeing Bravo on this episode, because I think the character is what you make it. And I think if they come out looking a bit sad and not very enthusiastic, and they don't really do anything, you do just look at them and go, this sucks. But if they come out and they're going to be quite performative, and, you know, Bravo's going to come down and he's going to be like touching everyone's hand on the way down, and they're going to be quite expressive, I would actually be quite interested to see where we could get with that. It's a bit like El Grande, how when that first started, it was just like a joke. You know, it's just meant to be Chad Gable's way of trying to defeat the Luchas. And I don't think they had any kind of long-term plans for it. But obviously Chad got injured, and so they gave it to Ludwig. I think he was kind of playing like a secondary El Grande anyway. But he carried it on, and he has got so over in Mexico. And you sort of look at the way that the mannerisms that he's brought to the character. Oh, I mean, that was sick there by Tyler, by Bravo. Like an airplane spin, and he even had his hands on his shoulders. Like, the more he can, like, flesh this character out, the more that he can, you know, bring in some really good moves, bring in some more gestures. I'm just interested to see where you go with it. If you do kind of dig into the character, that old school, you know, you've got to make whatever you're given work. Javon jumps up. Spanish fly there by the young OG. Bravo is down, and look at the selling. It's like, young OG. OG cutter connects, and I think that has put Bravo away, and it has. There we go. It is a win for the young OG. His first win as an official member of Monday Night Raw. So he's got wins over Rio and over Bravo. Yeah, that OG cutter is absolutely sick. So the young OG. Just talking to the fans. Here's Rio, shot coming in. Down he goes. El Grande grabs the leg. Crowder boo him. Shot coming in there by El Grande. Javon gets thrown into the commentary table. There's a post-fight beatdown. Javon is on his feet. Michael Cole. Michael Cole's really caught in the middle. Javon leaps over them, gets in the ring, and manages to get away. Michael Cole was in a bit of danger there. Right. I thought Bravo did well. Daze, hope your father's on the mend. I heard you talk about it earlier. Melonhead, shout out to you. Yeah, he seems to be on a road to recovery. I appreciate it, but... Okay, we're backstage. Adam Pearce, here's Paul Heyman. I'm not in the mood, Paul. Tonight's not the night. And I'm not in the mood, says Adam Pearce. Okay. Oh, there's CM Punk. We're going to hear from CM Punk next. So, Paul Heyman says, if Bron Breakker arrives with bad intentions, I'll tell him to, you know, turn around and go away. Adam Pearce does not want him around. He doesn't want any trouble. Interesting. Okay, the Usos are coming out, and yeah, this is the Usos coming out during commercial break. Day one-ish. Okay, so Usos are coming out. I mean, I'm guessing this means some of you are missing this. I can't imagine you're that bothered, but just so you know, the Usos are coming out. We're getting the big entrance. Well, it's just Jay at the moment. Is it Jay on his own? Okay, well, it's just Jay. We're running it back. Okay. Niall said, worst part, you got pinned in the game. Randy, shout out to you. Mackenzie said, Bruce on Taker's podcast should be interesting. Oh, I didn't see that. Is that the next guest? Yeah, that'll be good. Okay, it is just Jay on his own. That was it. It was absolutely nothing. He comes out just saying that putting the tag division on notice. He was on his own. They do the yeet thing. A warning shot. I don't know where Jimmy is. That was so random. That was so random. The only thing I can say is, well, at least it wasn't on the show. Because if that had been on the show, people would have been like, what the hell was that? To be honest, it wasn't even on the show. It was during commercial break, and I'm still wondering what the hell it was. What it was filler. That's what it was. Just a moment for the crowd, said Kader. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're back from commercial break. You're right. Filler. I mean, at least that means we might not get it on the show. Okay, we're back. Let's end the poll, shall we? Because we might be going to another match soon. Okay, that first match you lot said was good 99, actually. You didn't mind that. I agree, I also didn't mind it. I don't know if I'd have been quite that high. But, yeah, I agree. It was not a bad match. Jey Uso comes out during commercial break. He yeets and leaves. Okay, we're 36 minutes into the show. We should have a really interesting segment now with CM Punk. Okay. CM Punk chants ringing out around the arena. CM Punk, CM Punk. L Baker, shout out to you. Hope you well, buds. Days, how is the day? What time is it? Says Ronnie. It's early, buds. It's early. That is the downside with these streams, but yeah, you know, I was talking about this show having a different feel. I think this has got a different feel thanks to that entranceway and the longer walkway. I'm going to give him credit for that. CM Punk then making his way down, and we've got that camera just above the entranceway. I feel like we go to this camera quite a bit for CM Punk. We saw it for Cena's retirement match. Punk making his way down to the ring. He's still got that World Heavyweight Championship around his waist, of course, because he is the World Heavyweight Champion. CM Punk. Ba-na-na, ba-na-na. Okay, Punk making his way down to the ring. See what he's got to say. What do we think of Hardy's against Punk, as that fan suggested? What do you mean, Jeff Hardy against Punk? I'd be down for that. I mean, that would be good. I wouldn't expect Hardy to win, of course. I mean, he's a contracted TNA superstar. They've just re-signed with TNA. But it'd be nice to see them get used on the main roster. I think if we were going to use them, though, at this point, it would be as the tag team. I got to say, though, I saw them at a TNA show, Bound for Glory or something, and they didn't look very good. I don't think it's unfair to say that they're not the team they used to be. Time has kind of caught them up. Whether that was just a bit of an off night. I mean, I've seen them against Fraxium, and they were not bad. I'm sure you could still get some out the Hardys. But I don't think they're the performers that most people remember. Okay, here's Punk. My plan is to be champion forever. Sometimes I feel like I can do the impossible. CM Punk chants ringing out. The road to WrestleMania goes through me, says Punk. Okay. Punk says the vision's in his rear view mirror. He looks forward. Okay, so CM Punk said he's looking forwards to finding out who his next challenger's going to be. And I think that next challenger has just shown himself. Finn Balor is coming down. Oh, I'm so torn. I'm so torn because brilliant. I'm so here for this match. Finn Balor, CM Punk. I am so here for this, but it doesn't feel like Balor's got a chance. Balor's going to come down and call his shot. And it's going to be a banger. But it doesn't feel realistic like Balor's going to win a match with CM Punk. I mean, if Bron Breakker couldn't get the job done last week, it's really hard to see Finn Balor getting the job done at, say, Saturday night's main event or the Royal Rumble. But I like it as well, though, because this is the kind of water that Finn Balor should be swimming in. These are the oceans that Finn Balor belongs in. And has always belonged in. And has been kept away from for far too long, so I'm kind of really torn. I would love to see a Balor World Championship run at some point in 2026. Crowder with Punk, though. Crowder with Punk. Mate, this match could really seriously bang. Okay. Yeah, okay. You name-checked me, so here I am. Oh, that's a good point. You're playing video games. Where's your ambition? Where have you been? Oh, you're back there shining Liv Morgan's shoes. This is great. This is a great promo. If I wrestle Finn Balor, am I wrestling Finn Balor or am I wrestling Finn and the Judgment Day? Because I've just done numbers games. I'm a fan of Finn Balor, says CM Punk. CM Punk said we're going to do this right here tonight. It's the heel move to say no, isn't it? It's the heel move to go, oh, I'm not ready. You think I'm going to do it here in Dusseldorf? You don't have to worry about Dom. You don't have to worry about JD. But I won't be alone. Is he going to tease the demon? Oh, next week we're in Belfast. There's going to be a new Irish World Heavyweight Champion next week. Punk versus the Prince. Punk says he apologizes to the fans in Dusseldorf. And I'm also going to apologize to the people of Ireland and Belfast. Because he's going to be retaining next week. Wow, massive segment. Massive. Too soon for Punk to lose, says Maggie. Love that Punk is starting the year off with multiple defenses, says Poppy Crocs. Yeah, wow, that's a big announcement. CM Punk. It's got to be made official, but if it is made official, it will be our main event next week, says Michael. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not really anything to be down about for that. Other than it's maybe a bit too soon. So I agree, I can't see there being a new champ. Okay, we're just having a look at Gunther. Brony said, I don't want Punk to only feud with the Vision. The whole time he is going to be champ. Small feuds like this with Balor is nice to see. As much as I want Finn to win, I know Punk's winning. It's going to be a great match, though, says Riley. That's what I was thinking, Demon, but no, says Randy. Yeah, he did see he said I won't be alone. He kind of teased the Demon. It didn't end up going that way. It's okay, though, because I don't think Balor's winning. And if he's going to lose, it would be a shame if he was to lose whilst in, like, demon attire. You know, that is meant to be, you know, according to Finn himself, his war paint. It's meant to be him getting ready for war. I always feel, though, that it is an extra level. I know that Finn doesn't really like it to be viewed that way, but I sort of feel like if Finn loses to Punk, you've got the ability for him to have a rematch further down the road as the Demon, which I think is that next level intensity. And perhaps, you know, he could get the win if ever he does bring the Demon out. But I don't know. I do understand what Finn was saying in an interview the other day. He says the problem with that is you're basically saying that Finn Balor is not enough. You're saying that Finn can't get the job done. It's only the Demon that can get the job done. I do understand what he's saying there. Yeah, not expecting Finn to win, but I suppose that's the advantage of Drew winning on Friday. Is all of a sudden now, I suppose you could go into the matches going, well, it's not impossible. There is a chance. Asuka and Kairi making their way down to the ring then. So match number 2 is going to be this number 1 contenders match. Kabukis versus Lyra and Bailey versus Liv and Roxanne. Okay. I mean, I think this show has been okay. I mean, that last segment just blew everything else out the water. I wonder why we didn't open with CM Punk. I wonder why they chose to open with the bit of a nothing women's tag team segment instead of opening with what was, you know, such a good segment. I think the structure of the show is quite interesting this week. I'd say the other thing as well, that segment, that CM Punk segment, that would start the second hour. No doubt about that. That segment that we just saw would definitely start the second hour. And it hasn't. It's just been in the middle of the show. So not only did we not open the show with it, we also didn't save it for the start of hour 2. Which is weird. And I don't know why we've put it just randomly in the middle of an hour. That's not the kind of thing you normally do. The reason why you put it at the start of an hour is because, you know, when people are watching the show, a lot of TV shows are an hour long. So once you get to the end of an hour, you need something big at the start of the next hour to keep people around. Rather than them changing channels and going off to a different show. Oh my God, CM Punk's that. Well, I need to watch that. CM Punk's next. So that has got like start of hour 2 written all over it. But no. So I don't know. I don't really understand the structure of the show. It's not a problem. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm going to watch whatever. But I do think it's an interesting little talking point. We didn't open with that. We didn't open an hour with that. We just dropped it randomly in the middle of the first hour. I don't know, and I don't know why. I can't give you an explanation as to why. The women are coming down. We are at commercial break. They're just doing their entrances. Word Live Cena said, could we see Oba tonight? We could. I haven't heard that we're going to see Oba tonight, but we could. He is being rumoured for Raw and SmackDown. To be honest, I don't know that he's gone on this European tour. So it might be that we don't get him until we come off the European tour. The Glasgow house show was great, said Russell and Andy. It was better than some of the televised events I've been to. All right, awesome. Glad to hear you had a good time, but... they killed the Demon by having Edge beat him clean at WrestleMania 39, says Brony. I tell you, yeah, that was a downer, but for me, the loss to Roman did a lot of damage. I think that was a difficult one booking-wise. But him being, like, down... Do you remember he was down on the outside and then he started, like, weirdly convulsing? And then he got back up to his feet, got over to the corner of the ring, and then the ring rope broke. And he fell to the ring and then lost. It was such a weird finish, and not in a good way. I think personally that did some damage to the Demon character. That's the one I think of, that moment with Roman and the kind of weird convulsing on the outside, coming back and then climbing up the ropes. The rope breaks. You tumble down to the ring and then lose the match. I don't know what the thought process with all of that was. To be honest, I just wish they'd had him face Roman normal. I just wish they'd had him face Roman as Finn. But then that goes back, doesn't it, to what Finn was saying, which was every time he becomes the Demon, it's like, I've got to do that because Finn's not good enough. And that's not a good place to be. Finn Balor should be good enough. So, yeah, I don't know, man. It's good to see him back around that title picture, honestly. Even if it is going to be in a losing effort. Hopefully the match can absolutely bang and it can leave people wanting more. I think that's probably best case scenario. Realistically best case scenario. But I'll certainly be looking forward to that next week once it's confirmed. Right, I think the fans are chanting for Bayley, and Roxanne has got her hands over Liv's ears. So Roxanne's doing that with Liv, so Liv can't hear it. Crowd were chanting for Bayley. Kyrie was on the outside dancing away whilst they were doing it. And we have got a triple threat match. We've got Asuka, Bayley, and Liv all kicking things off at the start of the match. Backslide, no joy. The Roman match hurt the Demon as well, but that was about 5 years ago. The Edge match was about 2.5 years ago, and it was more recent that we've seen the Demon, says Brony. Knee coming in there by Bayley. Randy says, are you doing TNA on Thursday? No, I've got no plans to do that. Tony said, I would have had Liv Morgan win, go backstage, see Finn playing video games. She gloats that she's the #1 tag title contender. He's playing video games. Finn comes out second hour with Punk, says Tony. Shoulder up. I think Finn is done with the demon, said Ellis. I believe he would rather not do it anymore and just be the NXT 2019-2021 Prince Balor. Okay, all teams on their feet. And they're all just kind of looking at each other, seeing who's going to make that first move. Whoever wins this is going to get a tag title match in Montreal, said Mr. Full D. I believe so. Certainly whoever wins this becomes #1 contender. Austin, hello. It's too bad we never got Fiend against Demon. That is true. No joy. Kick coming in. Another stomp there by Roxanne. Bang, over in the corner. Little bit sloppy there. Kyrie was trying to slingshot Lyra into Roxanne, but it didn't really work. Finn trained Becky, the greatest female wrestler. That's not just me saying it, says Randy. Is there a reason the crowd keep chanting All Elite Wrestling, said Alexander. It's not what they're saying. They're saying something in German, which I actually don't know what it means. It's like Ali Vesser, something like that. Roxanne goes over. Lyra goes over. I don't think I can quite make out what's being chanted now. Raw in Belfast. It's got a special start time. It's an hour later next week. It's going to be 3 Eastern. So it's still early, but it's a little bit later. Lovely suplex there. Bridge by Lyra. Okay, crowd are applauding away. Lyra is up on her feet. She's trying to get the fans on side. She's very good with that kind of crowd engagement. She was really good on the little clip I saw of her from the live event show. Kick coming in there by Liv. Okay. Gunther is now the career killer. They let Randy keep legend killer, says Ampy Ballin. Kyrie to the outside, taking down a load of people. Champion, right? So there we go. A little bit of a fiery moment to take us to commercial break as Kyrie was in the camera. All these women are down. Kabuki Warriors standing tall. And we're in commercial break. Okay. Well, at least we've got something that if people tune in and go, oh, is there anything I've missed? You can be like, well, yeah, I mean, a really interesting Finn Balor CM Punk segment. We will be about to crown a #1 contender for the women's tag titles. And of course, we've still got Gunther AJ coming up as well. So, okay, I think we're doing all right. Kyrie going into the corner as Bayley moves out the way. Jesse said it's a bit chaotic, but the match is all right. Jennifer said the only thing I've seen from the live shows was Nikki chasing Byron around the ring. Yeah, she did run around, didn't she, a couple of times with Byron. I think the big thing is Drew in Scotland. There was a lot of stuff that came out of that. He had a few words with the crowd. They sang "O Flower of Scotland." And obviously him taking the championship to Glasgow was, a big thing. So that's the biggest thing that's come out of it. Solo still got the lantern. Finn Balor was doing some yeeting with Jay. Yes, there was the Nikki chasing Byron around the ring. There was nothing more to it than that, to be honest. It was just Byron running and Nikki chasing him. I've not seen really much else other than that. I know that Lyra was desperate for Bailey, and she had been over the weekend to kind of come and help her out. So that's why it was quite surprising to see Bailey come out earlier in this show. They didn't really make a big deal out of that at all, to be honest. Windmill punches by Roxanne. She goes for the pin on Bailey. Bailey kicks out. Smile on the face there of... Oof, into the corner. Smile on the face of Roxanne. Uppercut, tag being made. JS17, hello. Shout out to you. Daze, I'm back again. How are you? Why is Raw on so early? We're in Europe. So we've got this show, the show on Friday, the show next Monday. They're all going to be earlier than usual because we're in Europe. We're in Germany for this one. What do we think Cody's direction's going to be? Will they turn him? And will he face Roman or Orton? So we don't know is the honest answer. And the reason why we don't know is because the rumor for WrestleMania is Cody Roman Reigns. And that is still the rumor. Nothing has changed. So Drew winning on Friday was apparently only told to them or discussed by them all a couple of hours before SmackDown. So it was not something that had been in the plans for a long time or this kind of stuff. It seems like it was a conversation that was had just before SmackDown and the decision was made to pull the trigger and go in that direction. So honestly, the plans for WrestleMania are apparently penciled in now. They know where they want to go. None of that information has leaked out. Have no idea if it's any different than what the rumors were before. And the rumors before were Cody and Roman. So until I hear different, Cody Roman is still the latest thing that we've heard. So we could absolutely get back to that. This run for Drew could be that he drops the title at Rumble, drops the title at Elimination Chamber, drops the title just before WrestleMania on a random Raw or SmackDown. Could be that Drew gets added to that match and it's going to be Drew, Roman, Cody in a triple threat. But there's no reports of that. So until we hear anything more, it would all just be guesswork. There's absolutely nothing concrete that's out there at the moment. And a large reason for that is because this seemingly was a last-minute change on Friday. Right now, we got a multi-person spot in the corner. We've got Liv, we've got Roxanne. They're looking to drive down Bailey and Lyra. Bailey and Lyra deliver a superplex. Never a fan of those spots, to be honest. I think they look so contrived, but you've got to expect them. They need to bring back the OG NXT theme for Finn Balor. It's hard to imagine he's 3 years younger than Punk. Imagine the scenes if Fergal was to beat Pepsi Phil. So, it'd be great. It would be so good. Right now, we've got Liv charging over round the back. Nice German there by Asuka. Liv goes to the outsides. Another German there by Asuka, and Roxanne goes to the outsides. Asuka with Lyra over against the ropes. Bailey coming over. Bailey grabs Asuka. Asuka with a back elbow. Are we going to do a triple German spot? We're bringing out all the spots. What's going on? Hello, Frank. Hope you're doing well. Austin said, that spot's so original. We don't see it every day, every week, right? You do get them in these multi-person matches quite often, but you got to expect them, haven't you? It's just what's going on? There's arguing about who the legal person is here. Kyrie went for the pin. Referee was not counting. Okay, a bit of confusion there as Kyrie went for the pin. Referee was not counting it, though. Double knees there by Liv. Oh, knee coming in there by Asuka. Yeah, there is, some of this is a little bit sloppy. Crossbody there by Kyrie. Tag made. Bailey is coming in. Backbreaker there by Kyrie. Bailey with an elbow. 1, 2. And Asuka makes the save. This match is continuing. Drop kick there by Lyra. To the outside, Lyra takes down Asuka. Pop rocks to Bailey, gets it. Roxanne! And Kyrie makes the save. Crowds are, I gotta tell you, a bit subdued on this. They're all kind of sat. There's not many chants. They are applauding along. They're trying to... But then it does go a bit quiet. It's such a weird crowd, actually. Roxanne to the outside. Oblivion connects. No one's around. 2, 3. Liv gets the pin. So it's Liv and Roxanne that get the pin and the victory. I think that match was a bit too fast for some of the participants, and it got real sloppy in places. Multi-person spots, I'm not really too fussed by. You know, you're going to get them. Crowd didn't seem to be massively into it. I don't know how you score that thing. I don't think it's anything special. I don't think it's a disaster. All right, Saturday night's main event. We've got a match made. Saturday night's main event is the week before Royal Rumble. It's January 24th. Here's Becky. They're still calling her the Intercontinental Champion, even though she wants to call herself the Intergalactic Champion. I'm going to take those lemons and turn them into lemonades. It's great for Sports Illustrated and Bleacher Report, isn't it? They've become her catchphrase. She's getting another match. Oh my God. I just can't escape this, can I? It's going to be Maxine and Becky again. Is she going to win it back again? Okay, WWE Unreal is coming. I think we might have seen this before. We don't need that match again, says Austin. I don't feel like we need that match again. I have no problem with like Becky dropping it to someone if she wants to move on to someone else, but oh my God, there's so many women that don't have a championship right now that you could drop it to. Natalia? She's still not had a run with that belt. I'm really looking forward to it. I like this show. I know it divides opinion, but... Mystics said, we need another trigger pulls. Make Finn champ. Make Finn champ. Okay, we're just looking at a video package right now for Unreal. We're halfway in this show, actually. Mystic Miss, shout out to you, my friends. Becky is going to get a Heroes Welcome next week, says Robbie. JS17 said, what do we think Orton does at Mania? Will he stay face? I think he does. It makes more sense if he faces Cody. I would turn Rhodes heel. I wouldn't turn Rhodes heel. Personally, I'd keep him face and I'd do the work that needs to be done. Give him better creative. Give his character a bit more of an edge. Work on his promos. I think that he sells a lot of merch. I think there's plenty of people that are still on board with him. There is a risk, though, that this negative aspect that's kind of online around Cody is going to continue to grow. That might be some momentum you just can't turn around. I don't know, but at the moment, it feels like there's more people on board with him than not. In regards to what you do with Randy, I genuinely don't know because I've not seen any reports as to what you do with Randy. Again, I can only go back to what was said before, and that was that the plan was Roman and Cody. That was what was been reported for months. Has been the plan. So there's no plan for Cody and Randy, or at least there wasn't. So whatever we were, Cody and Roman, sorry, and whatever we're going to do with Randy, not sure. Here's Javon. River said, the one thing I like about Unreal is they do the year before, but I see where Paul is coming from, says River Turtle. We're just having a little chat with the young OG at the moment. Brony said, I think Roman Cody for the title is still going to happen. I hope AJ turns heel and beats Gunther by any means. Javon Adver Evans said TJF. They do love putting him in during commercial, don't they? This is crazy. Javon dancing away as the fans are chanting. Whatever you expect from the young OG, I'm working. Dusseldorf, I'm not going to let you down. Byron, I'm not going to let you down. Okay, so just a bit of a fired up, pumped up promo there from Javon. Right. Don't work yourself into a shoot, says Kazair. Who cares about Byron, said Jacob. Daze, wasn't Charlotte Alexa #1 contenders for the tag titles just before Rio won the titles? I thought Charlotte and Alexa challenged them if they became champions. Did they get an opportunity? I think they might have already had an opportunity. Didn't they have a title match and lose? No, I think they'd had their shot, to be honest. I don't think they're owed a title shot. I think we're up to date with everything. I want to see Jericho cook Logan on the mic. That's my dream, said Jesse. Frank said, I think Roland's like my tweet. Raw, SmackDown, football, anyone else? I don't know. If you're going to talk to him about football, I'm sure he'll engage with you. He's a big football fan, isn't he? He's a big, I think, Bears fan. That's his team. The only good thing on this show so far was that Punk and Finn promo, said Brony. Okay, we're backstage. We've got Maxine back with Otis and Akira. Maxine said, I started believing in myself and I became champion. I think you two should do the same. Are they going to put the belt back on? I just don't get the booking. I just don't get it. We're in Belfast. That is going to be surely a very pro-Becky crowd. So why are you... How does it make sense to have Maxine go up against Becky in a very pro-Becky country? And if Maxine wins, she's going to get booed out the building. I don't understand. I don't get it, but is it that Maxine is going to beat Becky in Ireland to embarrass her in Ireland? But that's not going to play well with the live crowd. Here's Raquel, and we're doing the interview in the same place where we just did the Javon interview, in the entranceway with the crowd in the background, which I don't hate. I don't hate this at all. It'd be nice if it was on a platform like back in the day. Crowd boo Raquel as she talks. Obviously, she attacked Stephanie. You all want to feel sorry for Stephanie after I've been cheated week after week. Big sexy Raquel Rodriguez. She's calling herself Big Sexy. Okay. Here is Stephanie. She's making her way out. Okay, so Stephanie's made her way out. Raquel's walked away. There's not much Stephanie can do about it. Oh, actually, there is. Well, Raquel lays her out. She can get attacked. That's what can happen. Oh, Raquel walloping Stephanie with that championship. So she wallops her with the championship belt, walks away. Stephanie once again is left down on the ground. Crowd are chanting, "You suck." Probably to Raquel. Okay, so she's down. She's grabbing a hold of her leg. That surgical boot is still on, and we have gone to commercial break. There is some odd booking tonight, said Shining Wizards. Alex said, why are they booking Stephanie like a moron? Raquel's doing great, says Amitz. OH Bologna joining in with the "You suck" chants. Jennifer said that boot is a target. Hannah, hello. Guten Tag. Very good. Daze, I think Head Chief Hunter has provided some good opening appetizers, but the main course stories might be a bit questionable. I hope that we get wrestlers picking their Royal Rumble numbers. What, in like the tombola thing? That's normally pretty fun, I agree. Austin said that was a segment. That was a segment. Trini said they think that this is making Raquel look like a badass, but they're actually making Stephanie look like a dumbass. I'm not liking this. Well, I didn't mind it last week, to be honest, because Stephanie got attacked from behind, and I don't think she foresaw that happening. You know, now Stephanie coming out and then getting attacked from behind by Raquel, I agree with you, doesn't make her look very good here. I think that makes her look a bit like, what was your plan? You've had a whole week after being attacked to think about what you're going to do, and your plan was to come out, confront Raquel, walk away, and then you get jumped and attacked again. And you're left laying again. I mean, when she's lying there on the floor, do you reckon she's like, oh my God, it's happened again? Only this time I sort of brought it on myself. I really should have had a better plan than this. Honestly, I blame myself. To a degree, I blame myself on this one. I really should have had a better plan. Okay, we've got Theory. We've got Bronson. Are we going to see LA Knights? Yeah. WWE have just put a message out going, not again. Not again. Another sneak attack. Well, you say sneak attack. I mean, technically, I suppose it was. But this one definitely feels like it was brought on by Stephanie. It is hard to have sympathy. Not again. There is Drew in Glasgow. He brought the title home. Da-na-na. I think you could have aired that live event. If we still had like the WWE Network, there's the odd live show throughout the year. I think you could have shown, and actually Drew going to Scotland. Some people would have tuned into that. I'd have tuned into that. I'd have done a watch along for that. Drew goes back to Scotland with the championship. Okay, we've got Alpha Academy going up to Jay. Okay, Otis is serious. I'll get back to you. Shouldn't they like earn a title shot by winning a match? Any match ever. Can we have a title shot? Go on then. I mean, what's he going to say to Jimmy? Do you on an easy night? Do you want to take on a team that never wins? No, go on then. Okay, Dragon Lee's coming out and he's not wearing his stupid little baby wings. But they don't get booked in matches. How are they going to earn a shot? Says Alex. Maybe put them in a match. Maybe put them in maybe have them go to Adam Pearce and say we want to go in a number one contenders match. It can be done. Or just have them go up to the champ and ask the champ and then get put in a match. It's funny, actually, though. Joking aside, right? It's a weird situation because they're not going to win the titles. So, do you want to build up a team that everyone knows ain't winning the belts? Or, so, do you want to have them go through a number one contenders thing just to then get a match that everyone knows they ain't going to win? Or do you just put them in the ring against the champs? Do you know what I would... I don't know what I'd do. I was going to say, maybe put them in and make it non-title, but... and have them look good, but they don't win, right? But then, do you really want the tag team champs in non-title matches? Here's Penta. I saw the main event this weekend on YouTube. I didn't know Apollo was still in WWE. He is. Daze, the talent pool in the women's division is thin. The world title mid-card tag divisions find themselves in a situation where we're just running the same matches again and again. Is Kevin Nash going to get royalties off that big sexy name, said Randy. I don't know why she's used that. I don't remember her referring to herself that way before. I mean, it's not bad kind of comparing yourself to Kevin Nash, of course. And actually, he's advised her in the past and given her some advice on to, like, you know, how she should work. But I don't know if that's not a little bit too on the nose. I don't hate it as a little reference, but I don't know that that should be like her nickname going forwards. Is she good enough to take that nickname and make it her own? Or is it just going to feel a bit lazy? Don't know. Okay, we are underway with our next match, our third match. We need to end the poll for the last match. Penta and Dragon Lee against... We'll just put Division. It's Bronson and Theory. Okay, let's end the poll for that women's match. See how you lot scored that. Vision versus Penta and Dragon Lee. Okay, that's come out as good 93, which feels fair to me. I think that it had some fun moments, but it was also quite sloppy. So we've had Javon against Bravo. We've had the women's triple threat match. Now we've got a tag match. This was built on what went down last week, of course, in that main event. As we had Penta, Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio as well, coming down, trying to even up the numbers. The numbers are actually with the Vision here because Logan's on the outside of the ring. I don't believe there's anyone on the outside of the ring for Penta and Dragon Lee. Of course, this could allow LA Knight to come down. It could allow Rey to come down. Penta going over into the corner. Splash there by Bronson. Jeremiah said Raquel was also called Big Mommy Cool too. Well, I don't mind, as I said, I don't mind these being little references. I don't know that she's good enough at this stage in her career to kind of make that her own, to like take it and make it like, you know, something that she can take to new heights. It just feels like a little bit of a lazy comparison to Kevin Nash, but it might not be a big deal. It might just be a one-off little cheeky reference thing. It was interesting. I am genuinely interested in it, actually, because it does feel like she's getting a bit of spotlight now. She's getting interview time. She's getting time on her own away from Liv. You know, she's getting that spotlight all to herself. It might only be momentarily, but it's interesting to see how they present her. You know, in fact, she just had to share it a little bit with Nikki Bella. Nikki's not around at the moment. This is very much Raquel and Stephanie. No sign of Nikki at the moment. So it is interesting to see how they use this time. Dragon Lee down. Ronnie, shout out to you. They're chanting F.U. Logan for some reason, says Iron Sentinel. Right. Knowing Nash's injury history, here's big Kevin Nash, the guy that is Kevin Nash, the guy you want to be compared to, said Stone. Kevin Nash gave her that name, so Big Mommy Cool lives, says Sean. Reese, shout out to you, but people use old wrestling names and finishers all the time, says Jacob. Jeremiah said, similar to Diesel in a lot of ways, Liv is her Shawn Michaels, and she started out as the bodyguards. It's long been the comparison, but that's why, you know, by kind of using Kevin Nash nicknames and stuff like that, is it just a little bit too on the nose? That's the thought. He's commented as well on her work, said that she needs to work a lot bigger, that actually when he watches her, some of her movements are a bit too small. I actually thought it was really interesting feedback, and she thanked him online for it. Her response was really good. She was very, very respectful. And she was like, if anyone knows how to be a big performer in WWE, it's Kevin Nash. You know, I'll always take the advice on board. I really appreciate it. It was really good feedback, actually. He said that she needs to be much bigger with her movements and her mannerisms. And to be honest, whenever she wrestles, I do kind of keep an eye out for that now to see, you know, how that shows itself. So just something to keep an eye out when she next competes. So I'm actually really into Raquel. I really like her. I think she's got good size. She was very good, actually, in NXT. She had a really good feud with Rhea Ripley. She came up with quite a bit of excitement. And then, of course, she had that skin issue, which was really derailed her momentum. She was in Judgment Day. They've kind of used her in the tag division. I'd say it's only really now, though, that we've started exploring her around that world title, giving her the spotlight on her own, which is why it's so interesting to see how they present her, what she's like in her live promos, what her match quality is going to be like, with her just being, you know, standing on her own. The other interesting thing to keep an eye out as well is, of course, Liv Morgan doesn't seem thrilled about the fact that Raquel is going after this belt. I think Liv ideally would want to go after that. Liv kind of finds herself in that tag division at the moment, which is okay. But, you know, given the choice, you would rather be world champion. So, you know, there's been a few dirty looks that Liv has given Raquel. So that's an interesting extra wrinkle. And then, of course, there's people saying that Stephanie's not really looking brilliant at the moment, putting herself in some of these situations. So what I will say is there's certainly a few talking points coming out of this feud between Stephanie and Raquel. So I'm certainly on board with it. I'll look forward to the match when we do get it. Don't know when that's going to go down. Don't know if that's Saturday night's main event or the Rumble, but it feels like we're definitely going to get that within the next few weeks. As soon as Stephanie's ready to return. I mean, she has got a bruise on her foot. Like, she is legit injured. It's not a serious injury, but just enough to keep her out the ring for a few weeks. Hopefully, she'll be ready by the time we get to the end of the month and the Royal Rumble. She won't be in the Rumble, but it'd be nice to see her defend the belt on that card. Right, we're back from commercial break. Raquel wins and then has to defend against Liv, says no fucking ZT. Wanda said, if you want to be technical, she is from the south of Ireland. Belfast is Northern Ireland, and they're two different countries. Yeah, but there's still a lot of support for Becky in Northern Ireland. And politically, it's difficult because actually there's a lot of people in Northern Ireland that would like Ireland to be united. And obviously this is what the Troubles were. So it's very different to, like, say, going to Canada if you're American. Ireland and Northern Ireland have got a very complicated relationship, as does, like, Great Britain with Ireland. And obviously that's what all the Troubles were. Bottom line is, she's going to go to Belfast. She's going to go to Northern Ireland. Becky's going to have a lot of support. And I don't know. I find it a little bit strange that that you would put her in there with Maxine if you're trying to build Maxine, because I don't see that being a pro-Maxine crowd next week. Double knees to the back, looking for a cover. But then I suppose it begs the question, Becky needs to wrestle when she goes to Belfast. To my knowledge, we're not going to Dublin or going to Ireland, so there'll be a lot of Irish people that are obviously going to travel there as well, Republic of Ireland, that are going to travel to Belfast and will be at that show. So having Becky wrestle makes sense. Who could you put her in there against? Whoever you put her in there against is going to get booed. Unless you put her in there with Lyra. But I can't see them doing that. Well, they're not doing that. They're putting her in there with Maxine. Penta goes over against the ropes. I thought we were going to get Lucha Bros on Raw, but I guess WWE decided against it, said Jeremiah. Well, we were meant to get Lucha Bros on the AAA show. I don't think they ever advertised them for being on Raw. Oh, big spear there by Bron Breakker. That was a really good camera angle, actually. That was really good. Bron Breakker out of nowhere, flipping, is murking people. He just murked Dragon Lee. Now he murks Penta. Kip up there by Bron Breakker. He's livid. Yeah, Bron Breakker's seething. Bron Breakker out of nowhere. Adam Pearce did warn Heyman, said he doesn't want any nonsense out of Bron Breakker tonight. Well, Bron Breakker, Adam Pearce has come down. He's having a words. I'd said it ain't happening, and it ain't happening. You might as well go home. Adam Pearce, tsunami in the background. Penta gets tsunamied. I'm tired of you, says Adam Pearce. Bron Breakker with a nasty spear there to Dragon Lee. Adam Pearce has lost all control of this good segment. Oh. Adam Pearce just put his hands on Bron Breakker. Whoa, here we go. Bron Breakker grabs Adam Pearce. Heyman comes over. Oh, mate, that could have serious repercussions. Adam Pearce is trying to push Bron Breakker back. Look at how concerned Heyman is. Paul Heyman's like, I apologize. I tell you what, he's lucky he hasn't been speared out of his shoes, Adam Pearce here. There's no backward steps here from Adam Pearce. It's good. It's really good. You feel like you're watching some significant here. We did wonder how Bron Breakker was going to react to losing last week. Adam Pearce, man, he's not letting this go. Normally with authority figures, you see them sort of cowering sometimes. You know, if they're threatened by one of the wrestlers. Not Adam Pearce. Logan Paul keeps saying to Adam Pearce, he's going to kill you. Wow, fiery. No backing down from Adam Pearce there. No backing down at all. Got grabbed by Bron Breakker. I mean, he was just saying that you're going to get fined, you're going to get fined. There's going to be a lot of fines. They all head to the back. We don't, unfortunately, but there we go. It was very interesting to see how Bron Breakker was going to react. Badly. Badly is the answer. Yeah, big spear there by Bron. Yeah, that's a really good... that's an amazing shot. As he comes hurling down that really long entranceway. I wonder if that was part of the reason why they had it so long. Bron Breakker putting his hands on Adam Pearce. We need some more GM storylines. Pearce and Aldis have become dudes that just announce matches. One of them should turn heel, said Poppy Crocs. Okay, I don't even know if we need to score that match. I mean, there wasn't really much of a match, was there, to be honest? Oh, yeah, forgot. We've still got Gunther against AJ coming up. That would be great. That would be great. That's our main event tonight. Well, do you know, I feel like it's a show that's provided us with more talking points again. We just got a video for WrestleMania right now. Would be interesting to see everyone laying out in the Vision standing tall. So it's the Liv Morgan WrestleMania advert, by the way. That shot of Bron delivering that spear running is brilliant. Is absolutely brilliant. I'll have that in the breakdown. I don't want to play it now because potential copyright. I don't know. But I don't know if they'll show it again, but him running down that entranceway, really long entranceway. Oh, here it is. This is it. Look at that. Boom. That is brilliant. That is one of the best shots we've seen. in a long, long time. It's a shame. Well, I was going to say, it's a shame we didn't get that live as he was coming down. We just saw the collision out of nowhere, but at least they managed to capture it. I think there's a good chance that's why this entranceway is as long as what it is, because they wanted that shot. Could the Vision end up ruining the main event, said KD Nation. I don't think so, because I don't think they've got any issue with AJ, have they? Or Gunther. Don't think there's any issue with either of those. Plus, also, I think this was the Vision segment here. This kind of unhinged Bron Breakker is really good. Again, building the aura. Unhinged. Hard to control. Amazing shot of him running down. We just achieved a lot in a very short space of time there. Oh, here's Brom. He's seething. Oh, here's Adam Pearce. He's not leaving it alone, is he? Look at me. Suspended. Look at Pearce. He is absolutely spitting mad. He's got spit dribbling down his chin. He's that angry. Mr. Pearce. Heyman says, from my vantage point, you put your hands on him first, which is actually true. I believe he did put his hands on him first. You just made a big mistake. Cooper's like, ooh. It's good, isn't it? You see how creative have now improved. This is better. This is way better than what we were getting last year. Way better. We weren't doing this last year. I liked how Edge destroyed the laptop when Hornswoggle was in charge, said Frank. It was amazing. I'm so invested, says Cooper. Really, really good. Honestly, really, really good. Really good. It's a very interesting story. You just didn't know what Pearce was going to say. You didn't know what Bron Breakker was going to do. Didn't know what Heyman was going to say. Next week on Raw, we're going to get a courtroom of Adam and Bron. Well, I wonder what Adam thinks about what has just been said. I mean, he lost it. He lost it because he said to Heyman, it's so good because he planted that seed earlier in the night. He said to Heyman, you know, there's going to be problems if Bron arrives and, you know, starts interrupting in the show and disrupting things. And then, of course, he does. And Pearce, as a result, lost it. I told you this can't happen. You allowed it to happen. And so he just flipping lost it. But yeah, in the cold light of day, if you go who touched who first, I think that is correct. I think that Adam Pearce did touch Bron Breakker first. Okay. It's funny how much Nick Aldis is as a GM compared to Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce talks a big game until people retaliate. Alex said, think about how many more celebrities there's going to be at Mania. They're going to show us on screen. We're going to get a full-on ad ready. Jesus Christ. Oh, what? Because of all of those. Here's a Obafemi video. Could this be the week that we actually get a date? I'm sure at some point it's going to say next week, you know? Oba. Is this the week that we get a next week? Obafemi. Nope. Okay, so it just says Obafemi, and it just shows us what happened last week on NXT. We said last week's NXT was a big one. It proved to be a big one. Obafemi vacated the NXT Championship. We're going to find out tomorrow what they plan to do with that vacated championship. Okay, this is our main event, and we're going to it now. That says to me this is getting some serious time. Don't really want no. Good. This thing deserves 20-odd minutes. It is our main event. They don't want no. They don't want no. Okay, let's end the poll, shall we, for that last match. And I don't even know the result. I'm guessing it's a DQ win, maybe, for Penta and Dragon Lee. Blue writing font for Oba. So could it be Friday, says now. They've had that blue font for a while. Word on the street is he is making his way to Raw. He's believed to go to Raw. To be honest, I don't think he's on the European tour. So I think it won't be next week, but we might get another vignette next week, and then it could be that they say the Rumble, to be honest. It could be that Oba arrives in the Rumble, or it could be that next week it says next week. Because I think next week we're in Belfast, and that's the last of the dates on the European tour. So we've got SmackDown. I don't know where the SmackDown is, but we've got SmackDown on this European tour. Next week we're in Belfast, and then we're back in the US. Word Live Cena said, Daze, the attacks, they don't make Raquel look good. If Raquel wants a rematch, she should ask Stephanie. All the attacks are not required for Stephanie to accept a rematch. She doesn't need to do it, but the fact that she is doing it is not costing her the rematch, and it is sending a message to the champ, isn't it? So I don't think it's hurting Raquel. I mean, you can say she doesn't need to do it because she'll get the match anyway, but she's a heel. And she wants to cause the babyface harm. So her doing it doesn't hurt that. And it's not costing her a championship opportunity. We don't live in a world where if you do something like that, you get, punished. We probably should live in that world, but that's not the world we live in. In WWE, if you do stuff like that, it just cements that you're going to get a title shot because the champ's going to want revenge. In any other normal company, you would be fired. Like that. Actually, there's no match happening, so that is absolutely assault. But, if we started going down those roads, WWE would very drastically change. Very drastically change. That would mean anything outside of a match any attacks outside of a match by any competitor that's not even in that match or outside would be classed as assault. And we'd be going down a very... we'd be taking the company down a very different road. So, yeah, it's one of those where it doesn't hurt her by doing it. In fact, it sends a message of I'm not messing around. You know, this is my division. You've got my belt. That's my title. I'm coming for it. It makes her a heel. It builds heat on her. It should build sympathy for Stephanie. And it doesn't cost her the title match. 1 hour for a main event seems extreme. They only tend to go to about 1/2 to be honest. SmackDown goes 3 hours. Raw tends to go 2.5. We're backstage with Gunther. He's being interviewed by Jackie. I hope this bangs. AJ shouldn't worry about respect. He should worry about what's going to happen when that bell rings. Gorilla was looking a bit different, wasn't it? I don't think they've shipped over the proper Gorilla. Normally that's all flat packed. But it was looking a bit different. Here comes Gunther. I'm so glad this music's back. So much better. So much better. Here he comes, making his way down. Big time said we've had 2 Raws and a SmackDown so far in 2026. I must say, it's been solid with talking points. I am seeing progress. I agree. I think it bodes well for WrestleMania season. We're still not in WrestleMania season, technically. And also, this is the European shows. So, you know, I think once we get to WrestleMania season and we get back in the America, I would expect things to be even better than this. I don't think this is the type of show we get. I think there'll be a lot more significance to the show come March. Problem with February is that we kind of build to Elimination Chamber. So it feels like we've got a few pieces in place, but not everything. Once we get past Chamber, that's when we should really be cooking. So February should be better than January. March should be peak WrestleMania season. Okay, both guys are in the ring, getting their intros. AJ Styles versus Gunther, our main event tonight. Gunther getting his intro. One day, maybe in the future, it's garbage. That's why 40% of fans have left, says Redrun. What, do you think this is garbage still? I'm glad Gunther got in better shape, but I wish he would eat a couple of cheeseburger and get that girth back, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Big Time said, who's the best bet to become NXT champ? It's slim pickings as far as good options, says Big Time. Well, I think you got to look at Ricky as being probably a favourite. I mean, look, if Ethan loses that mid-card championship, I mean, you could do Ethan 2 belts. But he's got to be an option as well, hasn't he? Do you go with someone that's kind of, you know, going to be a champ in the future and try and build them like we did with JC? You know, I feel like Josh Briggs is someone that's got size. His promos are okay. They're not amazing. His match with Inamura was actually really good. So I wonder if he was champion and he was to have championship matches with the title on the line and there was a bit of extra drama in there. You know, could the match quality go from being 3.5 to closer to 4? I mean, that would be the challenge. You know, it was sink or swim for JC and she swam. If you put Josh Briggs into a sink or swim situation, does he swim? I don't know. I'm not saying that's the right direction. I feel like Ricky Saints and Ethan Page are going to be the two favorites. But Josh Briggs is someone I think they are genuinely high on. Someone that, you know, he's got a really good size to him. He is big. He is a big guy. And as we said, that feud with Inamura was actually really good. Creatively, I don't think we've had much for him. I don't think he has helped himself massively. With promos being so-so, match quality being like 3.5. But again, it's a sink or swim situation. Do you go down that road and try and find some interesting challengers for him? Do you put the belt on Ethan? Do you put the belt on Ricky? I mean, there's others like Miles. That might be a bit early. Dion definitely feels too early. Lexis King, I don't quite see at the moment. But I think there's a couple of options. I don't see Jasper Troy. He feels even further behind than Josh Briggs to me. Gunther with a side headlock now on AJ. This match has started. Gunther, is he going to make AJ tap? Says Brian. Well, I feel like I like AJ's ring gear, by the way. AJ, duck underneath. Kick coming in there by AJ. Lovely drop kick. AJ is on the outsides. Comes over, crashes down into Gunther. Michael Cole highlights that Gunther is 32-0 in non-title singles matches. 32 wins, no defeats. His only defeats have come in championship matches. That is an amazing stat. That is an amazing stat that deserves to be mentioned and raised up. Gunther on the outsides. Uppercut coming in, European uppercut. Referee counting away. We're 5 minutes into hour number 3. Knee strike coming in. They should team Briggs up with Troy. Call them the Angry Chain Gang. The Angry Chain Gang. They do love their chains, don't they? Another kick coming in there by AJ. Clothesline by Gunther. So clothesline there by Gunther. AJ went down. 32 have tried. 32 have failed. Gunther is so good. Don't understand how he's hated, says J14. Chop coming in by AJ. It's wrestling. I mean, with wrestling, you're always going to have different opinions, aren't you? I think with Gunther is his... That's a big chop by Gunther, and AJ goes to the outsides. I tell you what, though, Germany are obviously with Gunther. Germany are very appreciative. They were applauding Gunther there. This is a little bit close to being a home match for Gunther. They love AJ as well, though. Daze, what do we think about Shiloh? Just based on crazy vignettes and presentation, I like him. It's weird. It's weird because I can't quite pin down his gimmick. I mean, he seems strange. But then he comes out and he's like smiley and his teeth are falling out and he's doing comedy stuff with Chelsea. Not Chelsea, sorry, Ariana. So he's hard to pin down, isn't he? There seems like there's a lot to him. He seems quite a deep, complex character. And I don't even think we've scratched the surface. I feel like he could go off into conspiracy theories. And, you know, you could go quite dark with him. But at the moment, he's keeping it on the light, fun side. And so he's like a babyface character. But, you know, there's like a depth there. There's, you know, those vignettes of him just talking were really good. He's got so many stories. He just seems like someone that just sort of bounces through life, really. He just kind of goes through life and things happen and he just rolls with the punches. That's how he comes across. He definitely feels like there's a character there, like a personality there, but he's really interesting because you just can't quite pin down what he is. He's like a conspiracy theory guy that hasn't gone too far into it, you know, where it's just took over his life. It's something he's got an interest in, but he's really chilled. And as I said, he's been like used in a comedy match over Christmas. So I like it. I mean, he obviously shouldn't be around the NXT title at this stage. He's going to be in NXT for a good few years to come. But once we actually get going with him, flesh his character out a bit more, dig into his character, find the right presentation, he could be really interesting when he comes up to the main roster. It's not really, outside of the Wyatts, anyone really like Shiloh. He has got that kind of Wyatt family vibe, doesn't he? But he's not Wyatt family. Because he's not in a cult. He's not... He does feel like he's from the... I can't remember what you call it. Not the woods, but like the not the swamp. But, you know, it does feel like he's from that world. He's got that vibe. But he is, he's a bit more complex than that. He could be like a Wyatt cousin. Yeah. It feels like a lazy comparison because he doesn't have like a sister Abigail, or there's none of that sort of story. There's none of that stuff going on. There doesn't seem to be much mystery to him, like there was with Bray, and like, what's going on? What's this? It was like a cult, and there was Sister Abigail, and there was references, and there's none of that with Shiloh. But you could take him that way if you want to. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Shots coming in. Quick strikes. Oh, lovely back elbow. Clothesline. Ah, big clothesline coming back there by Gunther. AJ goes down. Crowd applauds. This is like a very Japanese crowd, you know, because both guys are doing stuff. And the crowd applauds. It's like I feel like I'm watching Wrestle Kingdom, where someone will do a move and the crowd are appreciative. Let's go, Gunther, AJ Styles. Let's go, Gunther, AJ Styles. Let's go, Gunther. Basement drop kick there by AJ. AJ, bang, shot. Gunther goes down. They're working at a nice pace, these two. They've been told to go out there and cook, and that's what they're doing. Dragon screw there by AJ. It's easily the best match we've seen tonight already. Now, a couple of dragon screws in a row there by AJ. Dragon screwing everywhere. We're dragon screwing all over Germany. Right now, on the shoulders goes Gunther. Bang! Pele kick. Pele kick. Roll through, looking for the calf crusher. Going for that calf crusher. Trying to get it in. Middle of the ring. He's trying to get over. I mean, he's close enough to the ropes to get there. He's trying to reach out, and he gets there. On the WrestleMania pre-show, we should get Mr. Iguana versus Cody, and Cody could have a Stardust puppet. Well, honestly, if parts of the IWC get their way, that might be how we use Cody. You'll be lucky to make it to a WrestleMania pre-show. Gunther getting up to his feet over in the corner. AJ trying to make his way over. Go to Gunther. Gets dumped to the outside. Big shot coming in there by AJ. Ooh, was getting a little bit caught up on the ropes there. Yeah, Michael said that little slip-up might have just cost AJ. He just got a little bit caught on the ropes momentarily. And Gunther now putting on that big sleeper hold. Referee is counting away because we were over by the ropes. Gunther goes down. AJ on the outside. Looks like he's in position for the phenomenal forearm. Here we go. AJ. Oh, no. Wow. That was quite innovative, wasn't it? Comes in. Somersaults over into like a leg drop. I don't know that I've seen AJ do that before. But trying to target the leg by landing on the leg. Okay, yeah, more dueling chance here. AJ on the outsides. AJ springboards. Round the back goes Gunther. Sleeper hold is in. 1, 2. Duck underneath. Pele kick. Gunther, big clothesline. Picks him up, looking for a power bomb. He's got AJ up. Power bombs him down. 1, 2. Kick out by AJ. Kick out by AJ. Do they need to remind us that he tapped him out? He put him in a submission. I don't think they're ever going to shut up about that, to be honest. Okay, we've actually got a This Is Awesome champ, which is a champ we've not had so far tonight. But we've got it now. This is awesome. It's weird, isn't it, how this crowd switches from German to English. When they count, they go, Ein, zwei. We also have that, die Wessler, which I don't know what it means, but they chant it all the time, right? Yeah, they're starting to chant it again now, yeah. And then they just break out into, this is awesome. Shouldn't it be like, Ein, zwei, awesome, or something like that? Das ist fantastic. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Like, make your mind up. Pick a lane. You either chant in German or you chant in English. You can't have both. Another forearm shot coming back. These two exchanging blows. Back and forth, both guys on their feet, middle of the ring. I like that exchange, actually. I'm not a fan of the sort of New Japan AEW way of standing there and letting them chop you. This was like, these two were like throwing a shot and then the other person would come back. They weren't like letting them do it. Oh, That's nice. That's nice. Look at Gunther smashing the back of AJ's head into the mat. That's nice. That had a nice sound to it as well. Calf Crusher was in. He had to break out of it. Big time. So when it comes to Punk with the international fans, it feels like they get stressed out if they're silence. So they break out with a CM Punk chant every 30 seconds. They're big time. Okay, right now we got Let's Go Gunther, AJ Styles chants. That's English as well, isn't it? Let's Go Gunther. Gunther with a drop kick with AJ picking him up, looking for a powerbomb. No joy. AJ on his feet against the ropes, looking for that calf crusher again. Rolls through, gets it. Gunther is having all kinds of trouble in this match, you know. This is not straightforward for the Ring General. Nor should it be, because AJ Styles is one of the absolute best in-ring talents. Even now. When push comes to shove, AJ Styles can still deliver in the ring. Look at that. Rolls through. Back to that calf crusher. Gunther trying to smash AJ's head in the mat again. Can't get it. AJ, let's go. He said he tapped. AJ says he tapped. I felt it. Oh, please don't mess around with Gunther. Please don't mess around. Don't show me a different angle and show me that Gunther tapped. AJ's like, no, he tapped. The match is going to continue. Oh, no, it's a low blow by Gunther. Are they going to show a replay and show that he tapped? How? How have you managed to ruin this finish? How have you done this? There's another angle. I actually don't mind, after seeing the replay, the tap, right? Because I feel like Gunther has purposely done it and hid it away from the ref. So it's not a tap where Gunther's actually tapping out. It's a tap to make AJ think he's tapping out. I just don't think he needed to win this match with a low blow. My concern there was that he did tap and it was a tap. Having seen the other angle, to me, it's clearly not a tap out. It's clearly Gunther like playing AJ. So actually it's not as bad as I feared, but still took the energy out of the end of that match for me. I was really enjoying it, and just sort of like, really, that's the finish you've decided to go with? This is the concern, is that they're going to mess around with Gunther. You tapped out. You tapped out. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the way Gunther does that is quite clever in making AJ think it's a tap. I mean, it is a tap. If the referee had seen it, it would have counted. But I don't think he's done it because he was in so much pain he wanted it to finish. I think it was strategy. Referee doesn't look. He takes the cheap option. I don't think I want Gunther taking the cheap option, though. The low blow. I didn't need the low blow. Gunther knew where the ref was. It's so we get the rematch. It's to set up the rematch. Semper said, I still think it's trash. Miss Clown said he tapped again. An I Quit match would be interesting, says Poppy Crocs. I don't like that decision. Then the crowd went mid. It's lazy, says Kiwi Rob. Bad ending. Yeah, I hear you, honestly. I mean, look, my reaction, and I'll tell you what I'm going to say in the breakdown. My reaction is that the match was really fun. I was really into it. I was enjoying it. And then we get a bit of a nonsense finish. Having seen the replay, so my first reaction is, oh my God, what's this? Please don't make Gunther tap. I mean, we did that at WrestleMania and we've not been able to flipping escape it, right? Actually, do you know what, right? I wonder if part of it, and this is me going full conspiracy theory, but I wonder if part of it is because they can't escape the "you tapped out" chants. So when the crowd say "you tapped out" now, I wonder if Gunther could turn around and go, no, I just wanted AJ to think that I tapped out. The fans are talking about WrestleMania, but they can't really chant, "You tapped out. We mean the J1 at WrestleMania." I wonder if they can chant "you tapped out" and Gunther can be like, no, I just wanted Gunther to think, or for him to be under the impression that I had tapped out. I wonder if they're going to try and use it as a way of hiding the "you tapped out" chant. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think anything like this makes me nervous because, you know, Gunther's got some serious aura, and anything you do like this where he's going to tap and stuff like that, I just think you're messing around with that aura, and, you know, it feels like quite fragile. It feels like you could quite easily throw this away. So when he was like tapping, I was like, oh God, this is a disaster. But actually, having seen the replay, it feels to me that it was a strategy. He wasn't giving up. It was just a way of getting out of the hold because he knew the ref wouldn't see it. So, you know, having seen the replay, I can live with it a bit better. But I still don't like the low blow. And I still don't like the fact that it just completely ruined the finish live. So, yeah, not a fan, personally, of that finish, as seemingly many of you aren't either. But, yeah. I thought Raw tonight was a bit boring, said Harmon. Gunther has no aura, said Bobster. Oba is better than Gunther, said Word Life Cena. I still not forget my favourite dream match, Carmen Live versus James Chadwick. It's all of our dream matches. They basically buried the push with that. It doesn't matter that he won the match. Stop using ChatGPT, Triple H. It's Bryn again. Hello. Gunther tapping out to Jay within a few seconds, but doesn't tap to AJ for about 20 minutes. Sleeper holds are his weakness, I guess. That's true. That's true. Shining Wizard said there was a lot of strange decisions tonight. Austin said the Raw was pretty boring. I only enjoyed that Punk Finn promo and the Adam Pearce Braun segment. Did they write LA Knight off? Oh, yeah, good shout. Where was LA Knight? That's a good shout. We did say that there was a chance he wouldn't be on the show. They did fly him over, apparently. And it felt like, you know, probability was he would be on the show tonight. But yeah, he was not. Well remembered. Let's end this poll. Thoughts on Raw? Well, I'm going to do a full breakdown, bud. That is literally the video I'm about to go and do. Gunther has no Riz, said Luke Z. No Riz for Gunther. Okay, it's come out as great 49. So I think the finish of the match has kind of took away from that score. I think that would have been a higher score, but 15% saying it was a bad match. But yeah, still comfortably the best match on the show. Right, okay, yes, we are going to wrap things up in a second. We've got a couple of videos coming up, so I'm going to do the breakdown. I'll be doing that in a moment, live. So if you want to join us for that, you can join us for that. We also have the opinions video. That's what I'm going to do right now. Feedback required. What did you think about Raw? What did you think about Raw? So you can leave your feedback right now over on the X accounts, and I'll be doing that video as soon as I've done the breakdown video. Daze, what happened to Theory and Logan with Braun suspended? Oh, well, they'll continue. It's only Braun that's suspended. So he's suspended indefinitely. I don't believe Theory and Logan are suspended. I don't think Bronson is. I think Bronson got told that he would be fined, but I don't think I think it is only Braun. So I think this will just kind of keep him potentially out the picture for a week or so. I mean, he won't be gone too long, will he? Unless we're going to keep him out the picture and bring him back at the Rumble. You know, and kind of try and build up a bit of aura that way. The score should have been bad. WWE went back to 2025 tonight, said Word Life Cena. Daze, I'm going to have to rely on you for the commentary next week, so I'm going to Jamaica. You better be on top for Daze, said Little Right. Well, have a great time, buds. Hope you have a fantastic time. I've never been to Jamaica. My family have been to Jamaica, though. Loved it. What do we think of the product overall? I think the product is in a better place than it was in most of 2025. I think last week was good. I think that this show was good compared to what we was doing last year during the European tour. This definitely feels to me like it was a show that had some talking points and was an easy watch, actually. I didn't feel like I was bored. I think that there's still areas that can be improved, of course. Vision against Penta Dragon Lee didn't really do anything for me, but it was quite short. And then, of course, it went straight into the Bron Breakker segment, which I thought was excellent. Finn Balor answering Punk, I thought was really strong. Open was very much like last year, very just star power, and that was it. We just brought the women out, and there wasn't really much more than that. Obviously, we got the women's triple threat type match. Didn't really do a great deal for me. I do worry that we've put a lot of star power in that women's tag division and that it's just not really paying back. I do worry that, like, you know, the other women's divisions are suffering, where we've got, like, Jade as champion, we've had Becky with Maxine, we've got Julia lacking challengers, and it's because a lot of the big names have been moved into the women's tag division. I do just worry that, you know, what have we had in return? We've been having a lot of pointless singles matches that don't count for anything. And then tonight we had a triple threat women's tag match that you lot scored good 93%. And an opening segment that did nothing apart from set up this triple threat match. I mean, is this the best way to use these women? I don't feel like it is. I mean, I really feel like I'd like the TLC match and then for us to move on, really. I mean, I do like the fact we're trying to make those tag belts more valuable. I will give them credit for that. But I just don't know that this is worth it. I don't know that, like, the damage it's doing to the other women's divisions is kind of worth the pros that we're getting for the women's tag. And I don't even think the pros are that great. So I think, you know, the open was a bit flat. The women's tag match was a bit flat. Javon against Bravo was actually not bad as an opening match. You lot said it was good 99, so that was okay. more than okay, actually. I thought it was good. Vision, Penta, Dragon Lee. It wasn't really around long enough, and we did get the Bron Breakker segment. And then, of course, we just had a main event that was cooking, and then had a weird finish that I think is going to divide opinion. It's going to be one of those that some people are going to be into, other people are not. But all in all, for a normal episode of Raw, I feel like this was okay. Better than what we were getting last year during the European tour. But I think if this was what we were getting during peak WrestleMania season, then I think that there would be plenty of criticism. Yeah. I suppose what I'm saying is, for a European tour Raw, this was good or acceptable. For a WrestleMania season Raw, I don't think it's going to be good enough. So, yeah, there we go. Okay, we're going to end on this from Harmon. I think WWE needs to add a bit more story to the product. It feels dull when it's just about matches. It's about story, and WWE is lacking that. Maybe. I think the thing is that 2025 was really bad. So when we say this feels a bit better than a lot of the shows last year, we're saying that because story is a bit better, match quality is a bit better. Like, you know, there's things that are a bit better. And actually, story is probably one of those things that's a little bit better this year. We didn't really have a great deal last year, whereas at least now it feels like, you know, we might not like the story between Becky and Maxine, but Becky crashing out, losing the title, winning it back, having a match next week. Like, there is a story that's going on there. You can have a look at Finn Balor saying that he's, you know, not going to wait around anymore. And then he steps up to Punk, and Punk turns around and goes, "Where have you been? I said your name a couple of months ago and you've not been around. You've just been playing games backstage." And so, you know, that's going to lead to a title match next week. There's not a great story there, but, you know, there's something there. And then, of course, the whole Vision thing. I mean, Braun and Adam Pearce, Braun losing last week to Punk. I mean, there's definitely story there. There's definitely story within the women's tag division, because that's been building over a, you know, quite a long period of time now. So, you know, Liv has got a history with Rhea. That's setting up a tag title match for Saturday night's main event. Obviously, now there's a bit of a story between AJ and Gunther because of how that finish went down, and I doubt that's the last we're going to see that match. I'm sure that's going to lead to a rematch. Maybe at Saturday night's main event, we get Gunther against AJ Styles. So, I mean, it's not like we're just doing what we was doing last year, which was a lot of conversations backstage, which then lead to matches, and we just do the match. You know, we were doing that a lot. Chat backstage, you know, people bumping into each other, and then you get the match. And there wasn't really anything in the way of a story. It was just, you know, two people exchanging words backstage, then we do the match, and that's it. I think what we've got now has got a little bit more to it than what we were getting at times in 2025. But, yeah, I mean, look, can it be improved? Can the stories be more meaningful? Can the angles be more creative? Can the show overall be a bit richer? Yeah, and I suppose the way I would look at it is 2025 was rubbish. I think last week was pretty good. This week was obviously a step down. It was always going to be, because we didn't have, like, you know, the big championship match, right? And we are still on that European tour. So a bit of a step down this week, which is fine. But, you know, can we deliver a show like this on a regular basis? Yes. There's nothing here that we can't replicate next week, the week after, the week after, the week after. The goal is, can it get better as we go into WrestleMania season? I would say this is fine. 6, 7, 5, something like that for a Raw episodes. It's watchable. There's some talking points. It's not mind-blowing, but I would stand firm on saying I think this is better than what we were getting last year, which was around a 6.25. I think this is 6.75. So I would say it's better. I think you can do this on a weekly basis, but by the time we get to February and March, can we pick it up then as we're building towards WrestleMania? Yeah, I think we can. And I think we can get into the 7.5, 7.75. And obviously, we want the occasional show getting into the 8s. And we want shows that are going to be like, oh my God, that is a Raw of the year. That was amazing. That's what I'm looking for when we get to February and certainly March. I'm not really going into the shows right now expecting it now, to be honest. I do think that the European tour, it doesn't bring the best out in WWE. That was the concern last year with it being at such a critical point in the calendar. We've moved it to early January, and I think we've moved it for a reason. Get it out the way, get it done. It's now not the road to WrestleMania, it's the road to the Royal Rumble. I think it works so much better here. So, yeah, let's get past this period, get back to America, and hopefully we can then see the shows get even better. That's my hope. That's where I am. That's where I'm hoping it goes. So we'll have to wait and see. Right, I think we got a couple of messages, and then we need to run because I've got 2 minutes. So, Randy, appreciate the support, my friend. Firing in a Wrestling Daze gifted membership. Don't forget, we'll be back tomorrow with a member stream. And Aubrey said, we want Eva Marie. She loves her fans. That was the OG person that irritated me. It's funny, isn't it? Because there's a couple of people that irritate me in wrestling, which there is not many, honestly. There is not many. I'm pretty good at not getting, like, irritated by different wrestlers, whatever, but there's a few that do pop up from time to time. And the one that really used to irritate me back in the day was Eva Marie. So I can't say I'm going to join any campaign for her to return, but yeah, that was the OG one that used to irritate me. If we were doing streams back in like 2016, 2017, when she was around, I would have been moaning and complaining. But yeah, she is long gone. She did come back, didn't she, a couple of years ago with Doudrop? She did make a little return, but unsurprisingly, nothing much came of that, and she was gone again. And she can stay gone, in my mind. So, right, I'm going to go and do the breakdown. Appreciate people joining us. I know this was early. Thank you to everyone that did. We are back tomorrow with our member stream. We are back tomorrow with our NXT stream. We're back on Friday as well with 2 SmackDown streams again. We'll be doing the live one and the later showing, just like we did on Friday. And we'll be off this European tour the week after that. We'll just have a Raw somewhere, and then I think SmackDown is back in Canada or the US. It's back over that side, and we'll be back to normal. And it should stay that way then, I think, all the way up to WrestleMania. Actually, outside of the Rumble, of course, which is in Saudi. So apart from that weekend, I think the rest of it is then pretty much back to usual, back to normal. And we're hoping for a good February and March. So, awesome. Thanks a lot for watching. I'm going to do the breakdown, and I will see you next time.